All right, post it on Discord. Morning, Middle, Cry, Blue, Mathis. Tam, Neptune, good morning. My PC didn't shut off, but it closed most of the programs. So, like, for example, my Stream Deck stuff isn't working right now. There you go. Bean.
Good morning, Rhodes.
Good morning. How you doing?
Good. How you keeping?
We need to have a conversation.
Okay, all right, sounds good.
Are you in the middle of anything?
Nope, no, I'm just gassing up the car. You want me to meet you
Perfect.
somewhere?
Records room.
Records room? Okay, I'm on the way.
See you soon. Good morning. How you doing?
Not too bad. Not great.
But not great. What's going on?
Been hearing a lot of stories this morning about the marshals and what they've been doing.
Oh.
Not good. I don't know if you're aware, but apparently they've been calling officers for interviews. They've been calling it, and then they've been they've been Mirandaizing people based on these conversations that they've been having. Odette from Shift 3, I believe, asked for a lawyer. Blunt then said to Odette, you look real guilty, if you want a lawyer. So she ended up not requesting a lawyer based on what he said. But then I was just told there by King that Opal also requested a lawyer and was straight up told no.
Yeah, from my understanding, when Opal made that request, they said, if she didn't, that they would instead file a writ to, pretty much force Opal into
compelling.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's not good.
Yeah, not a big fan of that at all, especially considering, as it currently stands, there is no Garrity warning. A lot of people don't understand the general concept of a Garrity warning, but it pretty much addresses the issue of law enforcement, like as a government agency, whether that be LSPD, BCSO, marshals, obviously are an employer and you do have to respond to your boss. However, you are protected from self-incrimination. So the way it's typically structured is you're provided a Garrity warning, and then for the most part, separate investigations into whatever is being looked into occur. One, internally, which is then not used, not used against you in court. And then the other one would, alternatively, if you just flat out refuse to answer anything, obviously it's not going to look good on you. But Again, we don't have Garrity warnings, which is a problem.
Yeah. Big problem. Especially if they're Mirandaizing people and then they can use it in a criminal proceeding.
Yeah, and the issue is, with the Constitution, I was talking about this with Richard the other day. There is no cutout in... Where is it? Yeah, there's no cutout for, like, the suspension of any of your rights specific to due process. So, it's not good.
Yeah, no.
It's not good. However, I was approached the other day by Angel, who informed me that she was driving around, I want to say it was Joshua, sort of right around the bend by Stab City or maybe Route 68 approach. Was almost struck by, she believes you, and so I don't know if it was a 911 or a 311 that came in regarding that. And I was informed that your response to her was wear a helmet.
Yes, I did advise Angel that, just in case she did get hit next time, that she should be wearing a helmet.
Dean, for the love of everything that is holy, we cannot be telling the Chief Justice to wear a fucking helmet when we almost hit her just traveling to work.
I didn't almost hit her. I seen her roads. I was just getting by.
You were just getting by?
Yeah, I was just getting by.
Well, I'm giving you the option here, okay? I told her I will ensure that this is addressed and doesn't happen again. Being you're going to be wearing a helmet for a full shift.
No, sir, you can't do this. My head is too big.
In addition to wearing a helmet, you don't have to wear it right now. But when Angel is around, you are to get a hold of her and inquire as to which helmet you will be wearing.
Okay.
Do let her know that there does have to be some level of professionalism in the helmet that you're wearing. You're not required to do motor. You're not required to be on a bicycle. You are just required to wear a helmet. Nothing specific, but also nothing egregiously stupid, you know? I don't want to see you. I better not see you on duty with a dunce cap, okay? I know that's not a helmet and it's just a hat. I'm just trying to set forth, a realistic expectation.
Okay.
If she tells you to wear a pink bicycle helmet for the entirety of the remainder of your shift, you're wearing that pink bicycle helmet.
So I gotta wait for Angel before I put on the helmet, or do I have to put on the helmet and then she gets to switch us?
I will. You can wait until Angel's around to determine the helmet.
But she'll probably be around later.
Yeah, she's typically around in a few hours.
I'll wear the helmet.
Thank you. And what are we not gonna do?
I'm not gonna speed past the Chief Justice.
No, we're not gonna push aside her concerns and say wear a helmet.
I was just worried for her roads.
I understand you were worried.
She said, Chief Justice, she's on like a non-enclosed vehicle, not wearing a helmet. That's extremely dangerous. And I was just trying to give her a heads up.
Bean, when she explained this to me, I face palmed. Did she 311 or 911?
She 911.
She 911'd. Was this a call to Angel, or was it like a response to the 911 that said wear a helmet?
I responded.
Bean, that's even worse!
I've got rapport, I thought.
There probably is rapport, but there's also, the general expectation that we're going to be professional. And you have to understand that responding to a 911 like that is sort of kind of public facing, not like listen, if you had called Angel and said this, that would have been a bit of a different story. You know? as a joke. You know, if it started with the hey, you know, I'm sorry that happened, even though that sounds like a non-apology. And then saying that probably wouldn't have been. What was that?
I would never non-apology someone, sir.
Why not? Some people don't deserve an apology.
They just won't get one.
Yeah,
I
but
non-apologied one person one time, and they just stormed out and were like, "I'm going 42." So I said to myself, "I'm just not going to give people apologies if they don't deserve it."
oh, I mean, it kind of is like salt in the wound. Hit him with the
Yeah.
"I'm sorry you feel that way."
That's exactly what I did.
Who was it?
Opal.
I'm sorry, I don't mean to laugh.
We screamed at each other over radio, and then they brought us into a room, and I said, "I'm sorry that you feel that way," and then she left and went 42.
I can't believe that.
Yeah.
All right, that's all I got, by the way. Just a heads up, I'm going to be changing some P and T things around.
Okay.
Peach isn't around. I still need to speak to Peach, but essentially, and this isn't going to be just LSPD. It is going to apply to BCSO, but the only people who are going to be issue key or have the ability to issue keys is going to be High Command in addition to P&T leads.
Mm-hmm.
Because I don't want there to be any bottlenecks. And some of the concerns that I got with for LSPD specifically with Peach is that certain things are kind of just sprung upon them.
Yeah.
For example, Aaron mentioned like I only had 24 hours notice before onboarding X amount of people. And coincidentally, you know me, I'm typically not around at the next meeting. I will be today, but Maxwell had taken that day off, and there was no one else to issue keys aside from me, and it was just a coincidence that I was around that day.
Yeah.
So I want to ensure that P&T leads do have the ability to, but obviously there's going to be expectations of them not just hiring people all willy-nilly. And if they did, that'd obviously be a bit of a problem, but
I'd assume that
straight.
Command could do that anyways.
Which portion?
The giving keys to people.
Yes. However, the reason I want to also give it to P&T lead specifically is because they end up being the ones who are there whenever people are being onboarded and whatnot. And on the off chance that someone from High Command isn't available, I'd prefer that they have the ability to.
Yeah, I mean, it makes
that
sense.
way it's
They're
not
probably
it's not an
offboarding
issue.
people as well, so
Exactly. And so
easier.
if they're releasing people, were you informed about the staff profile stuff?
No.
Okay, so do you know how like Pred, Carmine,
the offboarding people? Yes,
Yes,
I'm aware of
okay.
that. Yeah.
So I want to ensure that that is standardized as well, because Pred, Carmine, and Bobby were all set to public, and so their profiles went missing. What else? What else?
Wait, didn't Julia Wren just get hired to the DOJ?
Who?
Julia Wren, the judge? I just clicked on the staff profile and it says access removed. So I thought they just got hired.
I have no idea as to who that is.
Okay.
Though they're wearing a cowboy hat, and it reminds me of Thomas from years ago. Oh my gosh. Oh wait, not. Was it Thomas? Who was it? It's gonna piss me off. It was, right?
Yeah.
I'm not crazy. I'm not thinking of someone else.
No, you're
okay.
Not. No.
All right. Oh, I didn't want to look
First
dumb.
name was Allison, right? I'm pretty sure.
I'm pretty sure it was Allison.
Yeah.
I ain't seen her in gazillions of years.
Long time, yeah.
Okay, so we're good there. Is there anything as it currently stands that you need?
Me personally, no. People are going through the budget thing. I've got to talk to the mayor now that it's the new month, so we can get paid out for all of our stuff like all of our reimbursements and everything for last month. I still
Got
have to
it.
talk to the BCSO to get the food orders all sorted out. So we're on a you go and get your food order instead of it just being delivered here.
Got it.
So we just need to figure out money based on that, because I believe Shift 3 will still get their food orders delivered here, just because food places just might not be open. Other than
I can
that,
confirm that. That is very much so a real thing.
Yeah.
Hmm.
I think it makes the most sense for this shift.
Yeah, we get the
Now.
Do you know how much we're paying for combos for the orders and other shifts? Because we pay for 40 combos per day, like 18.5 grand.
18.5 for 14 combos?
40. 40.
40?
Yeah.
Hang on, I might have it written down here somehow how much we're paying per combo. One sec.
It ends up being 463 per combo, which is less than what you would pay if you had, gone up individually. The only issue with the kebab shop, by the way, is that I randomly get invoices from Jasper, who runs it. And when I say randomly, I mean, like, it could be 2 months worth of food, which results in a very expensive payout sometimes.
Yeah. I know shift 1, I actually don't know how much per combo, but on a weekly amount, we're paying 175,000. Shift 2 was paying the same.
That's 25 grand a day. You know how many combos we get from them?
I think it's somewhere in the range of like 50. I want to say 50. I've seen
that makes sense because that would math out to be $500 a combo.
Yeah.
Okay. When you do get that sorted out, just let me know. It's realistically not like a super pressing issue at the moment, but
from the mayor, I've been requesting 125,000 a week for your food combos.
Whoa! Why are you saying your food combos?
Because it's your food, Rhodes.
I'm not eating that many combos, Bean. Don't make me make you wear a second helmet. Don't make me make you wear a second helmet, Bean.
I'm sorry, okay.
You're gonna need the protection. Wait, no, that neck brace? I wouldn't choke you. I'm sorry, that was out of pocket.
Jesus, bro. Yeah, we can't make neck jokes for another week. I got it written down here.
I'm sorry, I shouldn't laugh. Listen, do you want to know the fucked up part? I was at Pred's house and these tow truck drivers were like griefing him. Okay, they were ramming their tow trucks into his house and then putting towed vehicles onto his front lawn. One of them at some point was down. The other tow truck driver brought him in, and the one that was down was, I kid you fucking not, Bean, was choking himself. Okay, I told that to I think Brandy, and like, I had to say it with the most serious straight face I've ever had in my whole life, because I genuinely feel like people would have believed I was lying.
Jesus. You gotta get witnesses there next time.
There was witnesses. There's a bunch, actually.
You need anything from me specifically? Direction-wise?
Nope, not right now. I should be good. I don't really know what the conclusion of all of the Pred stuff is going to be, but I don't anticipate any major changes. His appeal is still being scheduled.
I took a look at that. There are so many fucking comments on that. Yeah. I'll go to the
on
court case
his
to find
appeal.
out what happens. Yeah. If you scroll through the comment section or
there's 40 comments.
Yeah, it's a lot, and the size of some of them are fucking gigantic.
I did see Yeah, I did see Tony's response. This was like a week ago, maybe a week and a half ago.
Yeah.
I think it was Tony's. That shit was long as fuck. Wait, it's not even. Is it this one? Yes, it is.
It's 21.
Yeah, why I gotta keep scrolling? Wait, what is this?
Yeah.
Well, hopefully all that shit gets sorted out. I think Pred's expungement is approaching 30 days at some point.
It's already that fast? Or,
Yeah, you from the date it occurred. Yes.
God, the time is moving too fast. I would have said it was a week ago.
Bean, I'm gonna age us here. COVID was 6 years ago. How?
No, it wasn't, Rose.
It hasn't felt like it's been that long. Why is this happening?
I'm pushing 30.
I've already pushed 30.
Oh God, you're halfway in the grave.
I'm halfway in the ground. You're gonna be the one wearing the helmet.
Ah!
Okay, that's all I got. Get out of here, Bean, unless you got something. Also, where's the BCSO? Why is it just Ricky? Oh, and Dasher, actually.
They are damn horrendous. Maybe Monday morning.
Case of the Mondays. I don't blame him.
I swear I had something else. If it pops into my mind, I'll let you know. I'll give you a call.
Anything to do with the Buffaloes by chance?
No, we suspended that currently.
Yes,
right? It's still suspended.
yeah. I just wanted to make sure that they weren't like actively being used, considering.
No.
Man, why is it that we do that and then immediately after there's changes?
Fucking a week late, yes. I swear to God, anytime anything happens with cars where something new is pushed, the mechanics are like, I'm gonna fuck you over.
But wait, consider this. That's what happens every time without fail.
We need to start talking about the gauntlets, and then maybe something will happen with that.
Are they viable now?
No, fuck no.
Oh.
God, no. I think it's god awful.
Okay, so full disclosure, I spoke with Springfield the other day. Springfield was talking about how good it is, and it was. And then Springfield followed me out from the tuna shop. I look back and I see Springfield turning like a fucking boat.
I am not going to take the opinion of a marshal on how things drive. That's just not going to happen. It's not going to happen today or ever. Maybe McQuillan. You
say that, but I mean, have you been have you been gear locking?
What do you mean gear locking?
Oh, bless your heart. Come with me.
Wait, what the hell is gear locking? Rose?
Come with me, pal. Come with me. Sorry.
Bane, you smell.
You fuck you. You're fired.
Oh, no, you're not.
Rehired.
Hell yeah.
Device in their hands
Aww.
at all the doors.
Hey,
You have to
Davenport.
suffer.
Hey, King.
You're gonna suffer with me.
Hello.
We all have to suffer.
Look at my new car. Yeah.
You got a new core? You rocking a V-Star?
Oh,
Do you know what gear locking is,
At all the
King?
doors.
Get into core.
Are you talking about the thing Rhodes has found out?
I thought they
Slow
might have
you
been
down
using
really
the
fast?
radiation as a
Yes.
decoy for the Mecca troubles.
So, Bean, I don't know if you know my history with the Scout, okay? But I have always hated running a 6-speed or an 8-speed sequential because the stock transmission in this is 6 speeds. And the phrasing I've always used is, I feel like it artificially increases my braking distance. Increases as in, like, makes it longer, not...
Yeah. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So there was a shift where I was like, "Fuck it, I'll rock this into manual." You dump the clutch, slam on the brakes, and suddenly you can come to a stop very fucking quick. Then
No, you're not.
Springfield, no, I'm not rocking manual. Springfield mentioned there's a button on the dash for AT gear lock, which locks your gear to the current gear, and guess what? You do that. Slam on the brakes, and it is so much better.
Wait, what?
Yes, because you are no longer shifting through 7 gears to get to gear 1. Every
Right.
gear rolling you forward a slight bit more, but braking distance is actually solid. Now, obviously, the Scout is asked with passengers.
What are we suspended
Yeah.
in a day?
It does need to be something that's easily accessible, because if it's not,
Price similar to
you're
the
going to shaft yourself. You can gear lock mid braking, but if you're on the freeway,
but we're
you
at every door.
should kind of just gear lock to 8 regardless.
ID or anything, so
Yeah.
it's time to leave.
But yeah, no, it's solid.
Okay.
It's
Is it
solid.
hard to get out of then? Does your
No,
gears go
no.
like-
So the moment you release the gear lock, the shifting to the appropriate gear is pretty quick. It's nothing in comparison to, like, it'll actually skip gears, unlike slamming on your brakes.
Yeah.
So I don't know what you typically drive, but I would highly recommend testing that out. Because like the last minute brake checks, or like held the Imagios or whatever
Yeah.
that have incredible brakes, if you give them just the tiniest bit of distance, you will be able to slow enough.
And what button is it on the dash?
AT gear lock.
AT gear lock. Okay. All right, let me
Give it a
try that.
go. I'm genuinely
I'll let you
curious
know.
as to how you feel with it.
Has there been lots of street racing still? I think we had 2 today so far. Ah, okay.
Good morning.
Hey, Rhodes, we got some stuff that we have to contest
Okay.
legislatively.
Good on
All right.
Do you
Jason,
know
I'll
about the
there's
2
one earlier on
pieces?
in the
Do you know about the things going on right now?
I'm only aware of one.
You're not aware of the second one. The second one is the removal of your Fifth Amendment right.
Huh?
Yeah, the second one's devious.
No, I'm entirely unaware of that.
I'm at the PD if you want to talk about it real quick, because I'm trying to collect 25 signatures on both of these pretty quickly so I can get these contests up.
Wait, it's only 25? It's not 50?
Is it 20? Let me check.
I thought it was 50. Or maybe that's a separate thing. I'm at Mission Row. I'm just going to speak to Miller real quick. Are you at the front?
Yeah, I'm at the front. Yeah,
All
it's
right,
25 per. It's 25.
Got it.
signatures.
All right, I will be out front in a moment.
All right, see you in a second. Bye.
How did things go?
I still don't know. What I have is, Riker said to me, she was open to having you on the case after I explained. No chat needed, but needs to be approved by
You said you wanted
night,
a Taurus.
which I reckon I can do. Is what he said.
Oh,
So
It's
the lead
yours.
of the investigation said it was okay if it's approved by night, but night can't stand
Well,
me.
you've got
So
one now, pal.
well, I guess it'll...
Mm-hmm.
Listen, I just give them time to figure that out. If the answer is no, then we do what we need to.
That being said, there was a tweet from an archivist yesterday that was like something about loading 90%.
There you go.
So I'm expecting
It's got semis, a
what
turbo,
he
and
messaged me to be
brakes right
probably
now. I
today.
couldn't really source much else at the moment. This house kind of cool.
Got it,
How
okay.
long 10% takes, but I don't think 10% would take weeks. So either
No,
today
doesn't
or
sound like it.
tomorrow.
Doesn't sound like it at all. Give me a second. I'm just gonna go
Alright,
speak
hopefully
with
doesn't-
Bean real quick.
Yeah.
And then I'll be back to speak with Fred, who's at the front.
Yeah, appreciate you, Moosh.
Sorry, boss.
Any luck?
Yeah.
Oh, you're on the phone. I'll leave you alone.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, give me a call, Pred, whenever you're talking about that, because I'd like to hear more. All right, touch you in a bit. Pred just told me about they're taking away the Fifth Amendment.
I don't know if that, I haven't looked at it, so I have zero idea.
Yeah.
I'm concerned that it's not on the MDT, because I think a lot of people, especially with the docket stuff being on the MDT, would assume something like that would be there.
Yeah.
Any luck with the gear law?
I'm trying it. I can't figure it out.
Okay, so all it's doing is locking you to the current gear, right?
Should I be braking at the same time?
While the gear is locked, you want to brake because then you won't have any gear changes during that time.
Okay.
And then as soon as you're done braking, you release the gear lock. You might have to release the gas pedal for just a moment to put you in the most ideal gear, but I promise you the braking distance will be drastically different.
Let me go this way. God, you brake on the dime. You brake on a dime.
It's like how Amagios and shit were, yeah.
Yeah.
And I thought for the longest time, and I was so firm on my stance, and unfortunately I have to run an 8-speed now before I didn't have to hit top speed. But I was so firm on that I never rocked the 8-speed until it was absolutely necessary. And I used the same phrasing every time, and people thought I was fucking huffing copium. I'm so glad it's been validated. Anyway, Springfield's the one who mentioned the gear lock. Obviously, it has to be something easily accessible so that you can utilize it in a pursuit, and it has to be on and off.
It's going to be hard to train myself to be able to do that.
I ain't gonna lie. I got this on the right side of my steering wheel, you know? And listen, I understand that might be a bit of an issue for other things, but I'm picking and choosing my battles. I am gonna head over to Mission Row though and speak with Prey to figure out what he's talking about, because I don't have much context regarding that.
Yeah, he just called me, said that they're removing the Fifth Amendment, and then also there was something else as well that's apparently up there.
Which, I mean, is kind of in line with the reading someone their rights and then saying, no, you can't have an attorney.
Yeah. That I need to talk to Opal. I want to figure out which marshal that was, because that's fucking insane.
Oh my gosh, who was it? No.
If it was Blunt twice back to back, first saying it's going to be a bad luck and then also denying someone a lawyer.
Do you want to know the fucked up part? Because some of the questions being asked of people are in reference to two different situations. One of them is me making Pred the assistant chief of police. The other is the taking of a statement from Bill Mays at Pred's house. Regardless of both of those instances, out of respect for people, if they push charges against me to get me suspended, push corruption, whatever, out of respect for anyone who spoke with the marshals, quite frankly, I don't care what they said because it doesn't change my intent. So I had zero desire to look for or eventually FOIA the recordings, right?
Yeah.
But I'm starting to think it's eventually going to be necessary if we have to prove that they're not operating in good faith. Yes, I don't want to hear people's recordings, but if they're openly telling people you have the right to remain silent, blah, 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 and then they ask for an attorney and they go, no, that's a problem.
If that's in the fucking recording, it's criminal.
It has to be in the recording. When they did the whole, my name's Mike Blunt, blah, 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 my name's Brian Knight, blah, blah, blah. Well, actually, in that situation, I walked out before they got to reading me my rights. But in the other one, at the observatory, they read me my rights after the recording was on.
But the thing is, people might be like, oh, I'm going to get a lawyer before we start this meeting. And they're like, no. So that won't be on us. So if they're pre-doing this, then it won't be on us.
You are correct. I believe Opal's happened after. In fact, she worded it as she was voluntold.
Okay.
So, if you want to speak to Opal, I imagine she'll be around in a bit, but
Yeah.
that's how she worded it to me. In fact, she said, Rhodes, you might want to demote me or fire me while you can. I was like, Opal, I don't give a fuck what you said. Literally not a single, not in the slightest. But yeah, I'm gonna head over to Mission Row and speak with Fred. Figure out what the fuck's going on.
We're gonna get this thing
Good
figured out.
luck. Hold on, chat. I'm almost done eating my breakfast.
Yeah, I'm going 42 anyway, so I'll see you tomorrow.
Hey, Peter.
Hello.
How you doing?
See you back.
Chilling. It's a busy day. I'm going 42.
Oh,
That's a rock is calling me.
oh, bless your heart.
Yeah, I'm a big nerd. I can't help it.
Hello.
Bean said he wanted to be here for this too.
Oh, all right.
Same with Davenport. I'll call Bean. You call Davenport.
Yes.
It's pretty bad. You won't even have the right. Hey, head to the lobby. Me and Rhodes are here. All right, bye. You won't even have the right to an attorney anymore.
Hello?
Hey, Davenport. How you doing?
Hey, mate. I'm good, thank you. How are you?
I'm good. Are you in the middle of anything?
No, I just finished documenting the vehicle.
Pred is in the lobby. We're going to be in the records room. It's going to be myself, him, Bean, and he mentioned that you wanted to hear more.
Okay, yeah,
So
no worries.
he's gonna
They
he's
actually
gonna
called me
explain stuff.
before.
Brady check.
Yeah.
All
So
right,
we're heading
We're
into the
gonna go
records
over
room.
it because I find it hard to
Alright, see you
believe
soon.
that this stuff's getting removed, but it doesn't exist in other pieces of legislation. But I'm gonna contest it anyway. There's no way in hell they would remove your right to have an attorney.
I mean, they can't.
No, they're trying to.
The issue is, even if there's no contest, judges have to rule on whether or not constitutionally there's any issues.
No, it has to pass a constitutionality check before it gets posted here.
Wait, really?
Yes. Not after.
What the fuck? Is it the due process one?
Yeah. And then make sure you pull up. So it's all about Section 18 for that one. There might be more stuff too, but the only stuff that was brought to my attention was Section 18. Right now, I'm just focusing under the.
Wait, Section 18 is. Am I dumb? It's the Den Act.
You might not have the right thing up.
Oh fuck.
I'll show you the ones once we get in the room. No point in me just
Alright.
doing it now when I'm gonna have to do it for Bean and
Yeah,
Davenport.
not wrong. Hey,
Alright,
Davenport.
the whole thing's crazy.
Let's head into the records room.
They're taking our rights, Rhodes.
No, they're not.
They take my
No, they're not, Pred. Come on in. I'm still pissed at you for going with the lowest bidder, Pred. We can't even use the fucking chief's office.
Okay, it's my bad. I mean, that shit still ain't fixed.
Not to the best of my knowledge.
All right. So, all right, we have two. Is Bean coming? Bean said he was coming. I'm
Is
telling
Bean
him it's a
coming?
code
Is-
red.
Where is
I
Bean?
miss being able to blip watch. The goddamn government already made laws to make us non-government workers second-class citizens. Toto, Africa. Now that's a guy I can support.
Wait, where is Bean? Oh, he's almost here.
Okay. How's the day been? Seems like you guys are up pretty good today.
Well, just started.
Pretty good
For
today,
me
yeah.
at least. So I don't have any complaints yet. Who knows how long that's gonna
We're
last?
about
This person is getting around the mission row with a device.
Wait, what was that?
Someone been getting around mission row with a device in a hazmat suit.
Who?
It's a female. They said they were looking for radiation and wanted to know when the last time the building had been checked for radiation. I
Oh,
believe
common
for a
issue.
second.
What do you mean radiation? That doesn't just appear. You don't just develop radiation in a building over time. Am I crazy?
If you leave the microwave open. Maybe.
But you can't even turn the microwave on with it open.
Not if you break the door.
Now, Pred, I don't want to say that I wouldn't expect that of many people, but I would expect it of you. But, like, in what world is someone turning on the microwave with the door open?
I'll be honest, I think they were
Sometimes-
trying to listen in on phone calls
Probably.
and using that as an excuse because they wouldn't give me ID or nothing.
How long ago was this?
Like 20, 30 minutes ago. And then there was a 911 that the same person or similar description was at Davis PD, but
I was hoping that you guys, depending on your thoughts and opinions here, I'd like us to get signatures together.
Howdy.
Works for
Hey,
me.
Bean,
it's going to be.
get ready to. Hey, Comrade Bean, take seat. That's the way it's going to be soon if we don't do something about this shit.
Oh my god.
Privyet.
All right, Comrade. Now, first, let's go over the easiest one first. All right, the first one is going to be titled on the government website, City Hall section, the San Andreas State Marshals and Department of Corrections Authorization Act. You'll notice if you scroll down that there is a green paragraph. I do need to go through it pretty thoroughly in order to see what else they may have taken out, but this is the green paragraph is the additive or the addition. The San Andreas State Marshals, all right, shall have the authority to determine whether investigative information in their custody may be released to the public and may, at their discretion, authorize the release of such information when they determine it serves the public interest in the principles of transparency. Investigative information includes, but is not limited to, any information gathered or created during an investigation, review, or oversight action, including reports, notes, statements, evidence, recordings, photos, communications, and related materials, whether the matter is ongoing or closed, and regardless of format. Information released at the San Andreas State Marshal's discretion in this manner is still exempt from FOIA, provide that the investigation is still ongoing as decided by the FOIA process. All right? They want to be able to leak any and all information on a whim without it being documented, without there being that they can essentially take anything that you are doing in any facet, any report, whether that be a confidential detective report, whether that be anything, whether that be a confidential recording that notes that you've gathered, and they wish to be able to release it to anybody under the guise of they believe it's right.
The primary issue I have with that is it's entirely up to the marshals, and if we have a specific investigation and we have an angle, and we need to keep stuff quiet, we're fucked. There's nothing we can do. Legally, they are the only one with that ability.
Yep, but it's also not limited to, so it could be, they could use this to even bypass PIPA.
Huh.
One thing that stands out to me is they could release a half story. So they could release like a clip from like a recording or something that paints something in a bad light, but then that cannot be FOIA'd because it's still an ongoing investigation.
They can leave out excerpts and paint narratives publicly. They can literally launch propaganda slander campaigns using a quarter of the information while ignoring the rest. You could have 3 people saying so-and-so didn't do it. One person saying the bastard did it. I saw him. He's ugly. And they could release that 4th person, ignore the other 3, and you couldn't. And it's being that it's technically an ongoing investigation. You couldn't FOIA the information.
I think the reason I don't like this is because I think putting this in writing is going to do more harm than good. Specifically because right now there's nothing that actually prevents us from already doing this, right? But it's sort of expected that you would only do this if, number one, you are involved in said investigation and can make that call, not just leaving it to the marshals, right? Right now, if I'm investigating fucking John Doe for a murder and I know saying a piece of information on Twitter, for example, is going to provoke them into going to a certain location, I can do that right now. There's nothing preventing me from doing so. But in this, it would almost have to be cleared by the marshals with how it's worded, which I don't like.
Yep. But just remember, there's a key thing. It's at their discretion. Everything's at their discretion. They could just not release something that you want to do because they don't like you. They could just release something out of spite of you. It's at their discretion. With the way that these people operate, do you really trust their discretion anymore? Rhodes, you've experienced it firsthand. They are malicious as shit.
No.
So
no, I do not.
So that's basically, I mean, I'd have to comb through more because there's probably more things that are missing.
John Doe should not be here.
There might even be some shadow changes, but based off this thing alone, I even think that this outright might violate our the Freedom of Informations Act in general. That essentially, yeah, I mean, I don't understand how this passes a constitutionality check. I mean, I haven't read the thing in a few months, but I mean, in like a month, but once we get the contest up, once I get the signatures, I'll be doing more of a deep dive into things, you know. And I'd like for it to be like a joint venture with us. You know what I mean?
I guess my question is, with how it's worded, is it limited to just marshal stuff? And the reason I say that is because of well, here's the thing, right? Don't forget, like they're written as like the ultimate authority. They oversee blah blah blah, and it's worded as have the authority to determine whether investigative information in their custody may be released. In their custody, does that mean literally anything on the MDT?
See, that's the thing, right?
It's not clarified, and I don't like the vagueness of that.
And you know exactly what they'll do. They'll take advantage of the vagueness. They've been doing that for months. It's too dangerous to allow something like this. I already know what a fucking leaky faucet Brian Knight is. Probably the rest of them, too. But the second one seems to be a little bit more devious. So, this one's going to take some prep.
What's the other?
Due process and court procedures. That's going to be the one that was posted on Saturday. All right, what you're going to do is you're going to scroll down to section 18, discretionary enforcement negotiations, the den stuff. All right, but now what you're going to do is you're going to open up your MDT. You're going to pull up the due process and jurisprudence. And then you're going to pull up the... wait, hold on. 1 second. Pause. Not the right one. I think I might have been fed misinformation on this one. Please verify this. Process and jurisprudence. Process.
Wait, aren't they just making it more clear? Because, like, the Den Act is its own piece of legislation. Are they just trying to consolidate everything into a single piece to remove the others? Or am I crazy?
Is it not the comment that Angel left?
Well, this one was brought to me by Grayson.
About the seized properties.
I'm trying to see if I can find it. I mean, he's pretty thorough. So I believe that it's due process and jurisprudence is the current one.
Oh, wait,
the bit that
okay,
they're
well,
changing on
yes.
the City Hall thing's due process and whatever it is.
Yeah, it's due process and jurisprudence. That's
Okay,
all
so
the stuff
Pred, what you're looking for is Section 18 of due process mentions to clarify and codify citizens of San Andreas have the right to not be forced to incriminate themselves in criminal action.
Apparently,
Defendants.
this stuff was removed.
Yes,
so
I don't see
of
that.
all of Section 18 in the expanded rights. So essentially, if this is allowed to go through, I'm going to have to comb through this again because I was told about this one 15 minutes before I went to bed yesterday. And hey, guilty of not. Hey guys, listen. When I'm asleep, don't pay any attention to anything. So I'm updating myself right now.
In real time.
Yeah. So if this is actually true, because I'm going to comb through this whole piece in a bit. Citizens of so you will lose A, B, C, and D all under the expanded rights. Citizens of San Andreas have the right to not be forced to incriminate themselves in criminal action. Defendants cannot be compelled to testify against themselves by the prosecution. Should they waive this right and testify on their behalf, they are expected to answer questions under oath honestly. Any subsequent invocation, I think invocation is actually spelled wrong. I think it's spelled with a C. Of this right may be their entire testimony removed from court record. So that'll all be gone. And essentially what that is you will not be forced. You will be forced to incriminate yourself in criminal action. And you won't have to go before a judge. All citizens are presumed innocent until proven guilty. Well, that'll be gone. Yeah. Well,
Do you want to know the concerning part?
Yeah.
We have a right to a fair trial and due process, right? In the Constitution, it states all citizens are guaranteed a fair trial and due process of law. If this is how due process is being outlined, then this is either, one, a major oversight which needs to be addressed, and this has to be contested.
Constitutionality check.
Correct. But correct me if I'm wrong. Am I crazy? Isn't there normally an indication that it is constitutional, or is it because Angel's putting it up that it's inherently, like, she wouldn't put up something like, again, I don't think, to be very clear, I don't think Angel is doing this maliciously in the slightest. Like, I genuinely think this is like an oversight, unless it's written differently and just not a word for word quote. But I can't find anything in the new one that mentions it.
Yeah, we might have to be super thorough, but I definitely think we should start gathering signatures because both of these appear to be unconstitutional to a relative degree. I actually don't think the first one's unconstitutional. I think it just goes against certain pieces of legislation. And, but it should. I mean, essentially your Fifth Amendment right's gone. I mean, that means essentially, you know, I know how the marshals have been having talks with you guys. they can sit you down and charge you criminally right in the spot. Like, you don't have you won't be able to tell them, I don't want to talk to you, I want a lawyer. They'll be able to deny you your right to an attorney. They'll be able to prosecute you for not talking to them or do whatever they want to. I mean, it wouldn't be hard for them to say, hey, this person doesn't have a right to have an attorney in this conversation. Suspended. Then before you know it, you're joining me.
I'll probably be there soon, Pred.
No, I don't think you
Actually,
will.
actually, if it goes that way, Pred, you'll likely be expunged, and I'm going into prison. Oh, I don't mean to
Do
laugh.
you think they could be
day.
trying to get rid of this for this specific thing? Under that section 18, the D? Citizens
Yeah,
are
and that's what it
liable
looked.
liable to the laws of the day if the event happened on the 1st of January and applicable law changed on the 2nd of January. The citizen would only be liable to the law as it was written on the 1st.
Hmm.
Do you think it could be because remember the law changed for corruption?
Yes, it did. It was a
and
felony.
It changed.
It
like,
was roughly at the time. In fact,
it was after the thing where you give the ass chief back
in
to-
the same meeting that I announced Pred, the thing is that it wouldn't apply in my situation because I think legally, I spoke with Angel. I want to say she said it was I don't know if it was the 19th at 10 a.m. But I need to see when that was fully updated. I don't think it's for that, to be clear, but January 19th.
I've been combing through the thing, and I don't see any of the stuff that any of these bullet points.
January 19th at 12 p.m. 12:18 p.m. Is likely when that would have went into effect. When did I announce you as Ass Chief?
It was about a week after.
Well, actually, hold on. I'll just look at when I fired you. That was the 19th. Oh my
Yeah.
god. Pred. There's no way.
No way. What?
If I'm charged, then while I only formally announced it, you were unsuspended right before the meeting, which would have been like 11:58-ish. Like, again, it was right before the meeting. These laws went into effect at 12:19.
So you're safe.
12:18. Based upon that, Pred, what I committed was a felony. If they think it applies, technically it would only be a felony if they push it. There's no way.
I mean, that could be why they haven't done it. Maybe they're aware of that little technicality.
Yeah, but that's only if you rehire a felon, isn't it? You didn't rehire him.
I was never
Correct.
fired. They need to go the impeachment route.
And I already spoke with Angel, by the way. The precedent set in Pred's impeachment is not that we are legally required to fire someone with a felony on their record. It is that essentially it's clearing or paving the way to where if someone has a felony on the record and impeachment goes up, there's just going to be a summary judgment. There's going to be no additional discussion or arguments. Hold on, I just got an important text.
Bean seems like he's locked in over there.
I'm trying to find in case they consolidated it to somewhere else.
Hey, Nikki.
I just kind of imagine a world where they remove this.
I can't imagine a
Oh.
world either. I mean, essentially, it's
Okay.
Kim Jong Un
Give me 1 second.
fucking Commandant Commandant Angel
Hold
at
on,
the
Nikki.
top of the
Sorry.
fucking elm.
Yeah.
I have someone
in the
beside me.
Constitution. You have
Uh-huh.
a right
Is it
to
dark?
fair trial and due
No.
process. All citizens are guaranteed a fair
That's
trial
cheating.
and due
If
process
you're
of
with
law.
someone else who's
That's all
not
that
dark, that's
mentions. But
cheating.
if this other part gets removed,
Oh, Nikki.
Why are you
Exactly.
breathing in?
Guys,
They don't have to
just
give you a trial.
Pred
There's
Bean,
something about
just
bench
a
trials.
moment. I'm just gonna clear up this phone call super quick. Nikki, has anyone ever told you that you look like a pregnant manatee?
Sometimes.
Sometimes.
When
So you have been
when
told
I-
that, and it's not a first time.
Yeah, and I wake up on the wrong side of the bed, and I haven't done my makeup, and I'm lactating, and my sheets are wet. Yeah.
I don't know if that has anything to do with waking up on the wrong side of the bed.
You don't know, okay? Have you
It's
been
probably got
pregnant?
something to do
Okay.
with the fact that you woke up in bed with frost.
Yeah, well.
I knew it
yeah.
wasn't because you guys were holding hands.
He soaked in me. He put his dick in me.
Goodbye, Nikki. I'd never want to hear that phrase again.
I know Carmine's going to try and hopefully get a bench trial today for his stuff because he already has it on a huge technicality. He was a suspended off-duty officer driving my police penumbra. So that one should be stomped into the ground, but the fact that they went after him for that shit is fucking crazy.
For the guns in the lockbox.
Yeah.
How do you charge someone something that they don't have access to? That they're on it? There is no way they could be aware of it.
Hey, as far as I know, there wasn't a lockbox in that car.
I don't agree, and I know people are likely gonna argue because like when I did the Pred stuff, it was very much so with the understanding that I'm limit testing. I ain't got much to lose, right? And I want to ensure that we don't have to deal with dumb shit moving forward. Again, feel like a lot of people are going to claim that it's ironic that I don't agree with it. However, the important aspect here is I put myself in that position knowingly, which is drastically different than Carmine being charged with stuff in a lockbox of a
It's not
PD
just that.
car.
They can't charge him for driving the PD car at all. He's a suspended police captain. He was driving the vehicle. He had no lights and sirens on, and then they automatically threw him in cuffs, put him in a corner, treated him like an animal, and I had to get him a fucking attorney. I had to get an attorney to come down. They weren't getting him one.
Did he request one?
Yeah. He even requested, I'm pretty sure he wanted to go to bench then and there.
What'd they say?
Well, you know how dirty tactics are. They have 30 days, Rhodes. They have 30 fucking days. I mean, you can request a bench, be like, I just won't push a charge that this time. I'll push the charges next day. When you can't request a bench trial. When I'm not available, I'll push a warrant. Don't you guys understand? Like, that's what's happening to Carmine.
Yeah.
That is
I
a
still don't
serious
understand how the
issue
Bobby
right there.
case happened before his.
Neither do I. I mean, were you able to find it?
no. Which is concerning because I thought they might have like condensed it into somewhere because I know that they
Yeah,
were going to go through
logically.
laws and condense shit. But yeah, I think absolutely that needs to be contested.
I mean, what I might even do, like, here's what I'm thinking about doing: getting the signatures for both of these, and then even combing through the other pieces of legislation that are up there on the government website as well. Seeing if
I think with the
maybe
first
they
one-
added it there.
The first one is fine as long as it outlines what they're. Hang on one sec. What's the wording on it? One sec. What it means to be things in their custody.
Yeah.
Because they've got apparent overarching, power over all PDs. Does
Yeah,
that
so
mean that
technically
all of our
everything's in
shit's
their
in there?
custody.
Yeah.
I think so, primarily because here's where it's gonna get real fucked up. They have ultimate authority over jurisdictional issues, right? Are they going to claim an LSPD investigation wanting to be released by the marshals is a jurisdictional issue? If the answer is yes, we're fucked.
Yeah.
That is the problem.
It needs to be clearly outlined what is their custody. It's fine if they want to release their own shit and, you know, fucking put their own shit up. But if it's to do with an LSPD or a BCSO investigation, no.
Even then, I'm gonna have to disagree because there's nothing that stops them from grabbing a part of your investigation, moving it to their files, and then saying, "Well, it's in our custody and we're releasing it." Like, there's ways for them to, even with that type of like open door, be able to circumvent the stuff anyway. So it's like the entire door just needs to be slammed the fuck shut. The biggest issue with the police department always has been the leaking of information. And this right here allows 40 marshals under their own discretion, or however many of them there are, 30, 40 of them, right, even rookies, to release the information on anything. You mean to tell me that that isn't a dangerous path? We shouldn't be leaking any informations. Oh, like that. It's too damaging to a lot of the stuff that we do.
Ultimately gives them more and more power to do whatever they want, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, well, that's what Brian Knight wants. Is he wants a world where he can do whatever he wants, but you're limited. Like, you guys have to understand that that's the door that he's trying to open up. He wants to essentially make it so that everything he approaches, he can execute right then and there, and do however he pleases. He's too. Listen, you guys have to understand. I know that I'm a little night locked, but it's justified. He is dangerous.
Yeah, but are those changes
man.
being pushed on behalf of the marshals or by the marshals?
One in particular. Well, see, that's the issue, right? It doesn't say.
Because it's just posted by Angel, so I don't know. Also, I really think these things should just instead be posted on the docket, with a third, you know, instead of it being criminal or civil, third like legislative portion, because I think stuff like that being on the docket and actually available to everyone is very important.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, I can't find anything. I think I've went through like most legislation, can't find anything where it's referenced in other places.
So I mean, we gotta
It looks like this whole thing was rewritten. Like the guidelines section isn't in there either.
Whole bunch is missing.
If you look at the current legislation that's in the MDT and just any piece of it, copy a little piece of it and then Control F it in the new one, you will not find it.
Yeah, that's it, just to verify, there's no concurrent legislation being pushed to address that, right?
Not that I can see.
I mean, it's just this: the citizens won't have the right to not incriminate themselves. They won't have the right to be innocent until proven guilty in a court of law. They won't even have the right to legal counsel, which I find hard to believe doesn't exist somewhere else. There's no way in hell that they would get rid of a civilian or anybody's rights to legal counsel.
I would err on the. It was just. It probably is an oversight. I can't imagine, but it should be contested on that reason.
Yeah, if it's
I
not,
agree.
where is it then? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like where this? Yeah, where is it?
Or even just to raise attention to it, be like, hey, this needs to be in here. And also, the whole document needs to be overlooked again if something like this has been missed.
Getting the signatures is easy. I can get 25 signatures easy as shit to get it for any of this shit. But the thing is, though, I want us to have a unified front when it comes to.
Yeah, no, these are valid concerns. Like this, again, Pred, we've had discussions about, you know, sometimes you can turn a 2 into a 9, right?
100%.
This is not you turning a 2 into a 9. This is no different than when you and I had to go. Was it Bass and Abdul? and Bass was just like willingly agreeing to whatever,
Yeah.
and we had to stop that shit because it was
And
very
he had
problematic.
The PD armed at the courthouse when we arrived to say we're not allowing this. That was crazy times. Davenport, you might have been around for that because you probably were on Bass's side for that. But Bean, I don't think you were around for that. Basically, Bass, the old police chief that died, tried to sign over the total police authority to the mayor, so it would have been completely under the mayor's control.
Jesus.
Yeah, for both the north and the south, because we only had one mayor back then.
Yeah, I remember that.
And I remember when Rhodes and I and a bunch of BCSO people, like 30 of us, remember Rhodes? We marched on City Hall.
Yep.
There were like 30 of us. 'Cause
But how
back
many
then
times did
were
we
up
get
in
removed back then? Was it 2 or 3?
2.
Yeah. The governors came through.
Oh, yeah,
And-
because remember when you visited me at prison when they sent me up for 250 months because I told them I don't respect their decision making?
Yeah. And then I, as a result of you being removed, I was in limbo, and pretty much sort of kind of removed. It was complicated. But yeah, I remember that. Holy fuck, what a throwback.
And we won the biggest vote in city history by the biggest margin ever. It was
Speaking
like
of
over
biggest
a
vote,
98th percentile.
Did you hear about Denzel's vote?
No.
I believe he said it was, I don't know if he specifically said the biggest turnout, but he got like 300 and something votes and Carmela got 200
yeah.
and something.
Yeah, it was a big
He won
one.
by
This-
120 votes or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is one of the biggest elections we've had in the last few.
I was
think
telling
he
him
won,
he shouldn't worry.
He won by more votes than what he actually got to get in previously.
Yeah,
he
That's
got
not
100
surprising, though. That's not
He got
surprising.
119 or something to get in, and he got 120 ahead of the second place.
When stuff is done outside of its normal schedule, for example, do you guys remember that secondary auction that happened at the houses? Like one of them was Mirror Park, and I want to say there was another property. Those properties went for, I'm going to say low prices. It was still millions, but considerably less than had they have been up for sale during the normal real estate auction. Like the moment stuff is thrown out of its normal rotation, you're not going to get nearly as many votes, or just interest in general, not just votes.
True.
But yeah, no, I am perfectly fine with.
So I can add your guys' signatures to the book.
My yeah.
You can add mine.
Yeah.
All right. State ID Roads.
1303.
Davenport, what's your state ID?
1634.
Bean.
2302.
All right. I need 20 more signatures for this.
I mean, I can just ask everyone to come in.
That might not be a bad idea. I still can't get my finger on the pulse with how these people feel about me. I've been gone long enough that they probably, you know.
I think getting a
I
lot
know
of
how people are.
citizen signatures will be good for it as well.
Also
I'm-
true.
I'm gonna get so being that I have a while.
You have
I'm
time,
shooting-
yeah.
I'm not just shooting for 25 signatures. I'm gonna get as many people to sign this shit as possible today.
That's good to hear. If you haven't already, I would highly recommend bringing this stuff up on Twitter if you haven't already.
Yeah, normally people think I'm just kind of schizo posting though when I'm on Twitter. It might be better coming from you guys.
Wait, did you get
You
a
know what? I'll do
did
it
you get a
anyway.
signature from Toto?
No, I didn't.
Well,
gonna
considering
get
he's
one.
saying the goddamn government already made laws to make us government workers second-class citizens, you know,
I'm gonna call
he
him.
might be of interest, specific to not having the the protections from self-incrimination. Oh my gosh.
It's odd, isn't it? It's
Yes.
I can't wrap my finger around the ability to leak any and all information and deny people of FOIAs and it definitely is used to paint narratives to the public. And then secondly, removing your basic, your entire Fifth Amendment right. Your right to not incriminate yourself. Your right to not speak to police. Your right to have an attorney. What is the goal here? I don't understand. What exactly
I don't know.
is the goal of this?
I don't know.
Now I'm going to ask a simple question, right? Are we manufacturing something here? Or is this because I perceive this to be a very legitimate threat, not only to myself, not only to you, but to the PD and the citizenry.
I think it's a legitimate threat. I'm not saying, like, I look at those and I can see the loopholes that are very problematic or the things that are missing.
So does that mean that if you didn't want to, that would mean if anyone FOIA'd something, you could just deny it straight away? Say
No,
no.
you
we
wouldn't
can't.
Well, no, because the FOIA legislation is different.
marshals,
Yes, what they're writing is only applying to the marshals. And if this were any department can, it's just not written, why is it not specifically under the powers of law enforcement and outlined for all three departments?
Because then that would be sharing of the power of the power paradigm. You know what I mean? They want you. So here's the thing, right? They're looking to create. They are looking to create and manufacture their own need. All right. So, but I mean, one of the biggest things in that one is saying that it's exempt from FOIA. So, you know how that reads to me? That it does, like, even though it says the San Andreas State Marshal's discretion in this manner is still exempt from FOIA, provided that the investigation is still ongoing as decided by the FOIA process. Like, it's an obvious workaround the entire.
No, we can't have Miller sign this.
It's a
Chasney.
complete.
The reason we can't have Miller
It's a
sign
sham.
this is because
I can already tell you, as someone
this
who
could
was
play
an
heavily
attorney
into the
in
archivist
past,
stuff,
and I use my attorney's
right? Because the
powers now,
archivist
these
wants
motherfuckers didn't take
release
my
of
bar
information,
license, but they did take my weapons license, leave me defenseless.
which this seemingly
which
gives
is
to
dumb
the
as shit.
marshals.
It is difficult being an attorney. And if you mean to tell me it took back then with all the fucking information and
So we do
people
intend on
having
having a
72 hours to
conversation with
get it to me,
Miller.
and it would still take them
Don't
2
want a
fucking
signature
weeks
on
to
it.
get me the information I needed. This will make it fucking impossible. Investigations can last a long fucking time. And especially when it's reports that no one has access to, that no one can verify, it'd be very possible that information could never come to light that they don't want to come to light under the guise of it's an investigation. So what if it's been ongoing for 4 months?
Yeah, I agree. And again, because of the wording that they are the ultimate law enforcement authority in the state of San Andreas, I think they genuinely could claim it is in their custody. And then additionally, because how the sub-authorities portion is worded, they have full jurisdiction and authority over the territory of the state of San Andreas. They have ultimate authority over all law enforcement agencies in matters of conflict or overlapping jurisdiction. Obviously, there's overlap between Los Santos and the state of San Andreas, right? Which I think inherently means that they could claim 1,000% it is in their custody. Bam, done. We're fucked.
I should have went after Knight when he was a BCSO captain, when he leaked my investigation on the Silver Spoon case to New Babylon. I should have took that very serious
Brad,
then.
just know that the way the legislation's written would allow that to happen on a whim right now with the marshals. And that is the problem.
Yeah. I mean,
But yeah, you can throw my signature down. There's no issue.
are you guys able to talk to people in the PD while I talk to the citizens, and then you guys will gather PD signatures, I'll gather signatures outside the PD, and then we can regroup in like either after storm or before it?
Yeah, I don't mind bringing it up to people.
But I also know that you guys are probably busy. I don't want to force you to do shit. But
Fred, I think realistically, with the severity of the situation, I don't think you're going to have problems with getting signatures from civilians. And I do think, as being said, it is going to be important to get civilian signatures and not just them looking at, oh well, these are all cops, therefore all Pred did was, get friends to, sign it for him.
Yeah, I'm gonna make the criminals aware, because this is damaging to them as well.
Go straight to the sack.
I'm going to the sec, but I do think we have to. I mean, look, if we don't do something about this, we're literally in some type of dictatorship regime. You know what I mean? Like, we're essentially in North Korea if we don't stop this.
Well, I anticipate it being stopped given everything going on.
And then once we do this, people can. So the way this works, right? The way the process for this works is that people can show up and give their opinion, right? Isn't that how it works?
Yeah, it's like a court case. Yeah, people can just walk up and.
But it's not very formal, right?
I also know that your guys' like schedules might not. They'll probably try and do this shit later in the day, but
I mean, for something as severe as this, I'll accommodate.
Yeah,
I'll be there.
I do think that you guys because your guys have a lot of influence in the PD. Bean, you're really respected. Davenport, you already know how Rhodes, all you guys are super respected within the PD. And I believe probably even outside of the PD as well. And some of you are probably even respected by other organizations like the BCSO. So we got to make sure that this gets done. I mean, we even got to get some feelers out because the BCSO. I'm not surprised that they don't know anything about anything. I mean, they just kind of, I don't know what they're doing. Me and Carmine
I
tried
could
having
get Ricky to come in if you want to explain it to him quickly. And he
I mean,
can
I
pass
think
it on because
all
he'll
of
be
us
around in all the other
explaining.
shifts as well.
Yeah, I think all of us explaining it to him might actually be better because I don't know how. I already know the BCSO don't like me. Fucking Carmine's putting together an audit on the Marshall stuff, and we had a conversation with Captain Ventura and Under Sheriff Mustard, and needless to say, that did not go well.
Specific to what conversation?
Carmine's putting together a audit on the Marshall's legislation. He's auditing. He's auditing everything.
Fred, we need to audit the mayor shit. I say we, but I'll do it.
I'll do it with you.
Because I can't stress enough. I've said it a gazillion fucking times. It should not. We have been fortunate with the recent string of mayors, with Denzel and Don, because they are also of the belief that should not be their power. So I think we push that, especially while we have support from the people who can currently make those decisions.
It just makes the process that much easier because it means
100%. You no longer have to sit there and fight the mayor arguing, well, I do have this power.
Personally, the system that I think that we should have in LSPD, and I'm just going to talk specifically about LSPD, right, is I think at any point in time that if the chief of police isn't polling in popularity, they can like get a vote to happen.
But I mean, that quite literally could be an ACR though.
Actually,
like dereliction,
right.
dereliction of duties, and then that creates a paper trail. Listen, I don't think it should be easy to, at will or on a whim, remove a sheriff or chief of police. Just end of story.
Agreed.
That should never have been the case.
As someone who removed the sheriff on a whim, I didn't want to do it, but Cassidy and Bones forced my goddamn hands. I mean, Bean, I don't know how aware you are back then, but I literally sat them down multiple times and I said, "Hey, listen, I'm only not paying you a little the first week so I can gauge the fucking budget.
I remember, Brad.
I need them to provide me with what it is they need so I can make sure I can secure that by other means because I was ready to go to Nino at the time and I was ready to do a bunch of things. But a month passed by and these motherfuckers never came to me and never talked to me about nothing.
Yeah, I had to come to you to get it raised.
Yeah. I mean, and you put forth logical, you talked to me. They refused to talk to me. So that's why I remember one day I left the meeting. I just said, "Hey, you buddy, I just pointed at Raddick, didn't even know his fucking name. You're the sheriff now. And I just made Raddick sheriff
grabbing a
on the
drink.
fucking spot. Out of pure fucking spite because they just wouldn't
Chat.
work with
I'm actually grabbing a drink, Kirby.
Ricky's
me.
on
I
his
gave
phone,
them
so-
time. All right, that's fine.
Yeah. No, I remember
Wait,
that.
this shit's fucking crazy, I think. I don't like this.
It a lot of things have been moved around. Not the martial one. Forget about that for a second. But a lot of things have been moved around in the due process, and it looks like some court legislation has been merged in as well. But there is a lot missing.
You would have to think it would be some type of clerical error or something, because surely they wouldn't
Yeah.
leave all that out.
Yeah, or else they're planning. But the thing is, like, surely that stuff would go into a due process legislation. Like, I was trying to think of like another legislation that it could be added to in the future if it, it's one that's meant to go alongside this. But making this kind of change and then only mentioning one part of it as changed when there's a lot
This
missing.
is why we need an appropriate document. You know?
Howdy.
Hey,
Howdy.
Captain Ricky Dallas.
Howdy. What's going on? What you need me for? What can I help with?
Why don't you take a seat?
Okay. Hold on. Let me sit properly in this chair real quick. There we go.
Like freedom, Ricky?
I do. Absolutely. Well, I'm in America. Born and raised.
Right. Well, pull up your the government website on your phone, and then the city office section where where the one where they post the legislation for contests and stuff. You know what I'm referring to?
Yes.
You're going to pull up two of these. You're going to pull up San Andreas State Marshals and Department of Corrections Authorization Act. All right.
All right.
The second one you're going to pull up is due process and court procedures.
Okay.
All right, so let's focus on the martial one. All right. Now the martial one, what they're adding, and who knows what they've taken out, because we're focusing on the adding before I comb through this after getting the signatures. They are adding a green paragraph. You want to read that green paragraph out loud?
Can do. It says the San Andreas State Marshal shall have the authority to determine whether investigative information in their custody may be released to the public and may, at their discretion, authorize the release of such information when they determine it serves the public interest and the principles of transparency. Investigative information includes, but is not limited to, any information gathered or created during an investigation, review, or oversight action, including reports, notes, statements, evidence, recordings, photos, communications, and related materials, whether the matter is ongoing or closed regardless of format. Information released at the San Andreas State Marshal's discretion in this manner is still exempt from FOIA, provided that the investigation is still ongoing as decided by the FOIA process.
When you read that, do you agree with it? Or what's your opinion on it?
No, I don't agree. But I don't agree with a lot of things that the marshals are doing.
Hey!
I don't know if you guys know this, but obviously the marshals are going and interviewing a lot of command from the PD, specifically about the, as they're quoting it, Rhodes rehiring you thing. Today, they approached one of my sergeants, Odette Swan, and she requested a lawyer to be there for the questioning, right? And Blunt reacted to this, saying that she would be scrutinized and looked at some type of way if she actually wanted to request a lawyer for this questioning. And then she said something along the lines of like not answering his questions, like if she wanted a lawyer there in case like she shouldn't answer some questions. And he said something along the lines of, well, pretty soon you might not be able to, or something along those lines. Basically saying that they want to pass some sort of legislation where we will have to answer like any and all questions, regardless
Oh,
of
well, that kind of verifies
our
the
rights to
second one
remain
right then and there.
silent. Yes, he pretty much said, hopefully soon you know, he was pretty much saying, hopefully soon it won't matter if you don't want a lawyer or whatever, like you will have to answer regardless.
I need you both in here ASAP.
Tow guys don't have a job anymore, Rose.
Why not?
Got legislated out of the city. Apparently, they're not allowed to tow illegally parked cars on private property or anything anymore.
Okay, guys, get in here ASAP.
Wake it up anymore.
Okay.
Quite literally is.
Hello.
And I hate the
Oh,
fact
get
that
dry.
he
Oh, should I go
he
get
was
it?
like,
Okay.
let me look at some sort of way
Okay,
to
guys.
request a lawyer.
Morning.
Like he was pretty much
Hello.
telling her it was bad to request a lawyer.
Yeah,
Which
is
I would love
Yeah.
for the Chief Justice to hear that, because I cannot see how the Chief Justice would like that at all.
Yeah, just because you're a government worker doesn't mean that you're not afforded rights. You know, you have the right to due process. You have a right to have an attorney present during which you have the right to not incriminate yourself. But then that circles to the second one there, Mr. Dallas, where they're trying to get rid of all that.
Yeah.
So in the
No,
second
it's
one,
actually bad.
Yeah. So that's this is an exaggeration. So the other one, do you still have the other document up there?
Well,
Captain
hold on.
Dallas?
Peach and Maxwell are here, so tell them what to
Oh.
pull up.
Okay, so what you're going to pull up is the you're going to on the government website underneath the city hall thing where they post the legislation. You're going to pull up.
Pred, speak up if you aren't already.
Oh, sorry. You're going to pull up the due process, and the due. What is it? Due process.
I got
and
it.
what?
Yeah.
Yeah. You're going to pull up.
Court procedures.
Yeah, and then you're also going to pull up the San Andreas State Marshal's Department of Corrections Authorization Act one. Then what Ricky just said just pretty much solidified that all of this is planned and orchestrated and organized, if I'm being honest. This is so. You guys don't, Ricky. I know you got here. You guys don't mind if we catch Peach and Maxwell up, do you?
Well, I don't see.
100%. I'm good with it.
I don't see the Marshall thing.
It's
What section?
It's not in this, the Marshall one specifically. This is a much larger overarching issue.
Oh, okay.
Then if you scroll down, you'll see a green paragraph.
In the Marshall one, not the due process.
Not the due process.
Okay, yeah.
You're gonna love the due process one, Ricky. If you're not aware of that one, wait till we get to that one. No spoilers, okay, Ricky? No spoilers for Ricky. All right. So if you read, Peach, you want to read that green paragraph, or Maxwell? Do one of you guys want to read it?
Go ahead.
Okay. The San Andreas State Marshals shall have the authority to determine whether investigative information in their custody may be released to the public and may, at their discretion, authorize the release of such information when they determine it serves the public interest and the principles of transparency. Investigative information includes, but is not limited to, any information gathered or created during an investigation, review, or oversight action, including reports, notes, statements, evidence, recordings, photos, communications, and related materials. Whether the matter is ongoing or closed, and regardless of format, information released at the San Andreas State Marshal's discretion in this manner is still exempt from FOIA, provided that the investigation is still ongoing as decided by the FOIA process. That's it.
Do you know what that is essentially?
Permission to be a leaker.
Yeah, permission to be a leaker.
That's what that is. It's funny because a couple people have told me that things are being told to people that they shouldn't know, which is really funny. And now this is coming into place to make it legal. That's pretty crazy, actually. Timing as well.
Don't forget, The way it's worded is information in their custody. Considering they're the ultimate law enforcement authority in the state of San Andreas, does that mean literally an LSPD or BCSO investigation as well?
I mean, they are the ultimate authority, right? After all.
Not just the ultimate authority. They have the power in the event of every jurisdictional issue. Will a jurisdictional issue come into play if the LSPD says no and the marshals say yes? Because if so, they make their own decision.
Right. They can cut us out of investigations and we would never even know what they released to. Well, we don't know what they've already been releasing to people, right? I think people on the streets know more about investigations than we do.
I wouldn't be surprised.
That's definitely an issue. But
I mean,
right, I think it's
sidestepped me for 4 months.
I think it's time to discuss the bigger issue now that we're all on the same page.
All right, so you're going to need to pull up your MDTs, go to legislation, pull up due process and jurisprudence. All right, when you do that, you need to then go over to the one on the government website and then scroll down to section 18, the expanded rights. Okay. You'll
To
see
clarify,
on the
it's section
MDT
18 on the MDT.
Yep, section 18 on the MDT. You'll scroll down and you will notice that there's A, B, C, and D. Citizens of San Andreas have the right to not be forced to incriminate themselves in criminal action. Defendants cannot be compelled to testify against themselves by prosecution. Should they waive this right to testify on their own behalf, they are expected to answer questions asked under oath honestly. Any subsequent invocation of this right may have their entire testimony removed from court record. Gone. Won't be in the. It's not in the next legislation, the new legislation. They're removing it. All citizens are presumed innocent until proven guilty. Gone.
Well, that one is still there. It's in a different section, but the other one,
different section.
The not being forced to incriminate themselves is not there, as far as I could see.
Okay. Are you sure that that one's in a?
Yeah, it's under failure to prosecute. It says 7. All citizens in the state of San Andreas are innocent until proven guilty.
What about C? Citizens have the right to legal counsel should counsel be available. I don't know if there's something in there about bench trials, but I didn't see anything about legal. I think C's actually.
The only legal counsel reference I see on the government website is specific to traffic court.
And then citizens are liable to the laws of the day if an event on January. Blah, 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 that's still in there, I believe. Or it was. Never mind. But yeah, essentially, you won't have. So that kind of circles back to what you said, Ricky, about one of your deputies, Odette, being told that by Blunt that they might not have the ability to not talk to them.
That's also not the first time that has happened, by the way. That is now the second instance that I've heard of that happening.
Pretty fucked up, isn't it?
Yep.
Very.
I think it's funny that they say that they're going to look at you.
Conversation with them to answer questions. Is what you're saying?
Fred's talking about. They went to one of my deputies. They came to me before. But then a doctor got held up, so it never happened, and then they haven't came back to me since. But basically, they asked to speak to Odette today regarding the Pred stuff, because they were going to ask her about what Rhodes had said, or what she had ever heard Rhodes say about Pred, and they're asking people's opinions and stuff like that. Odette said that she wanted a lawyer present for questioning. Blunt told her that she would be scrutinized and looked at some type of way if she actually wanted a lawyer there for questioning. Basically saying that she was being sus and, looking kind of guilty if she actually wanted a lawyer there for questioning.
Isn't that pathetic? That's the second.
Yeah, he was quite literally trying to.
It was a scare tactic.
To, strong arm her into not having a lawyer there.
That's crazy.
Then she was basically saying how she wanted a lawyer there in case she didn't want to answer some questions, whatever. And he said something along the lines of hopefully, or pretty soon you might not be able to do that because they're trying to pass some sort of legislation to where we as government workers will have to answer any and all of their questions.
Yeah, I don't fucking think so.
You want to know the funny part? Normally that applies within the capacity of like an internal investigation, but when there's an external department, the marshals here being the ones to do that, I don't know if that applies. They're not the ones who employ Odette. I do.
Yeah, that's why they want to pat. They want to get.
Well, not me. Sorry, but you guys. But you know what I mean in the grand scheme of things. Like someone within the LSPD, Opal, for example, I employ. So when they go and do these things and claim that it's going to look poorly, that's fucked. Because they don't have any say over who I can hire.
The only reason they think it looks poorly is because it doesn't fit the narrative they're trying to push.
Exactly.
No surprise.
And they know they will ask the same question 4 fucking times to try to get more than the tiny answer that you already gave them. That's literally their whole game, is just to keep asking the same thing to get you to shit talk whoever it is that they're trying to put this on. And telling an officer that they're not afforded an attorney is just crazy to me. It's like we're not even humans with rights either. Like we don't have rights, period.
I mean, he didn't like completely outright deny her the attorney.
We have
but
an
he
officer that was
much
told
like,
no. I have an officer that was
okay.
interviewed, asked for an attorney on record, and was told no.
She was
That's
told no, and said if she
Yeah.
doesn't answer, that they'd file a writ that would require her to answer it.
Yep. They threatened her.
Couldn't you
On
get
record.
the recording of that and take him to court for?
Yeah,
making a
of
lot
course.
trouble over
I
that?
don't know if it's. I don't know if it's worded in a way that we would be able to do anything about it. But I've been meaning to ask for a copy of that recording, so that we can look into filing something against it, because
I mean,
that's
they did
what
the
this
same
is.
thing to the mayor when it came to my termination. Is the mayor? Rhodes, you know all about that. Knight called the mayor and basically threatened that he would file an impeachment on the mayor before the voting started.
No flipping way.
But it
Yeah,
was
so
done
he
in a
would've- he would've
roundabout
run.
way to where there's like plausible deniability.
But
Yeah,
I have a
snake
question.
shit.
If you know, in that same recording, did they read them their rights before the interrogation or the questioning?
I believe.
you know?
Do you remember, Rhodes? If they did, I'm. pretty
I
sure they
was,
did.
but obviously this is about me.
I was read my rights. Yeah, I
'Cause
don't.
if they were read
know.
their rights and then told that they don't
I
have the
know.
right to a lawyer, that is like crazy. No, that is like
Yeah.
insane.
I know.
That
Trust me, the
completely
whole
goes
thing is
against-
crazy. But when you feel untouchable like they do, they can do whatever the fuck they want in their eyes.
I'm making this very clear. If any of the individuals involved in any of this nonsense regarding attorney stuff and denying attorneys, if anything were to happen to the marshals, if they were to get dissolved, those people are never being hired into the police department. End of story.
Never. You can't.
I
100%.
agree. It's actually
Yeah.
disgusting to me that they're even supporting this
Mhm.
type of behavior.
You should have seen how Blunt treated Carmine on that stop, by the way, for his warrant. You should have seen the way that Blunt treated Carmine was like, it wasn't pulling him out to have a conversation with him. It was putting him in cuffs, and then I had to get fucking Carmine a goddamn attorney. I had to call Tony up and get Tony to come fucking
And
down.
can I
the parking
ask,
lot.
was he not? Were you guys not 911ing or something that you were fleeing from being chased or shot? I'm pretty sure I was.
It's
told.
worse than that. He was actually being chased.
And you guys
Yeah.
asked for, or he was asked for help, and then ended up getting arrested for driving your car.
I believe so. You'd have to ask him, but that whole thing's fucked up because he's a suspended officer operating a decommissioned police car. Maxwell even told Blunt on the scene, like, "Hey, it's not a cop car. It doesn't have the livery. It's decommissioned." And then they proceed to go through the lockbox and charge Carmine for it. My car
Dom?
doesn't have a fucking lockbox.
I don't mean
So
to
both-
jump topic, but
Mhm.
I just talked to Opal there to get more clarification on her thing. She said she was speaking to Brian 5 minutes before Storm, where he kind of gave her like a TLDR, and she was like, "Okay, do I need a lawyer for this kind of thing?" And he was like, "No." Or she asked, could she call a lawyer? And he said no, like just straight up no. And then once the recording started, she once again asked again, could she, get a lawyer? And instead of reading the Miranda rights to her, he explained the case law around Miranda rights to her, and then said that she's not allowed a lawyer because she's not under criminal investigation and she's not having any charges pressed against her.
But the crazy thing is, regardless of that, number one, if you're having a conversation, not a conversation, but if you're asking someone questions, there should never be a reason that you tell them no. Even if legally you can, you're just operating in bad faith.
1,000%. You should be afforded legal counsel during any type of questioning.
But
I can't wait till they hit me up to interview me.
I mean, if
Oh,
they're
yeah, I
saying that,
can't wait
then
either.
that means that they quite literally can't use any of this questioning that they're doing in any sort of.
Well, no,
at
because
all.
it's not being
That's
used
not
against
true. They-
them.
That's not true. They used evidence where Bill Mays wasn't Mirandized in my court case. That's not true. They did use it.
Yeah, they Mirandized me, so.
So I take it you guys will sign my stuff so I can get this up today.
You already have my signature, obviously.
Yeah, I need Dallas, Peach.
But just to
and-
clarify,
Yeah, what are we?
there's two pieces being contested here. There's the new writing of due process because it no longer includes protection from self-incrimination, and
That's so
the
crazy.
fucked up part. I think it's an oversight. To be clear, I don't think this is actually being done maliciously, but there's a reason why it goes up for public view and contest. It's for exactly this.
Yeah.
The Constitution specifically refers to a right to a fair trial and due process, or due process, fair trial, whatever. Due process is outlined in this piece of legislation. So if that's not there, it's gone. Gone.
Well, good news. I think I can get expunged tomorrow afternoon.
Okay, you know what I just don't understand is that, no, they're taking away the jobs from the lawyers and stuff. No wonder there's barely any flipping lawyers around anymore.
Exactly. I mean, you don't have you don't have the right to one. I mean, they can simply.
True.
I mean, think of what a dirty tactic that is. What Maxwell said earlier that they did to Opal. Didn't read Miranda, read around Miranda or some shit, and then said you don't need a lawyer because then dipshit. If I'm not facing, look, this blows my mind because I do not understand how Brian Knight it can be viewed as a detective. Like that just has bad faith written all over it. That has malice, bad faith written all over the entire thing for the road shit, my shit out of the get-go. Where Rhodes hiring me in quotations out of the get-go. I mean, it's unreal to me.
I can't stress enough. People in those situations, by the way, in both situations, they were labeled as like voluntary. It's not like interrogation wasn't the word used, but like a voluntary, we'll say conversation, if you will. People can just leave.
Yeah, but she was also threatened with the writ if she didn't comply. So how is
you
it
won't
voluntary?
be able to leave. If this legislation gets through, you won't be able to leave, and they'll be allowed to arrest you for not complying with the investigation.
Yeah,
they'll
that's
literally be
pretty
able
crazy.
to. They'll be able to arrest you on a felony level right then and there on the spot. There won't be. I know, like Dallas, I know that your department has a particularly good relationship with them, but it does even seem like you guys are starting to fall out over there.
No, contempt is.
I mean, you will definitely have more internal information, but
this color.
Realistically,
I
affects all
personally
of
have
us.
never
This is a felony.
witnessed that. I've only had bad interactions with them personally. So I don't know anything about other people in my department, but I've only had really bad interactions with that. Of
Oh,
them
shit,
not
you'll be
knowing like
suspended like me?
basic case law. So
Yeah,
At the top of that, at the top
go
of the
ahead,
one where
Dad.
they've left it out, it says it's under constitutional justification. The very first part where they say all judicial powers, attorneys, and police departments shall follow the common law of the state of San Andreas. San Andreas common law is also maintained in the separate pieces of legislation, and it actually says Miranda v. Arizona in there.
Well, yeah, it's in the legislation right now, under common
This
law.
is the one that's posted.
Yeah. It's acknowledged. It's written in common law, the common law legislation right now, which are pretty much all the precedents that have been set. Any statements that a defendant in custody makes during interrogation are admissible as evidence at criminal trial only if law enforcement told the defendant of the right to remain silent and the right to speak to an attorney before the the interrogation started, and the rights were either exercised or waived in a knowing, voluntary, or intelligent manner. Here's the thing: none of them are defendants. That's going to be their argument. that is quite literally it. And if we're being technical, like very technical, you are protected from self-incrimination. You don't have protections to prevent the incrimination of somebody else.
Well, let's not forget.
Which is why I've always brought this up. If I process Joe Schmo for a murder and he goes, "Yeah, I did it. Send me up." Let's say attempted murder. And he's in prison. He's already been convicted. And 2 weeks from now, an appeal goes through for a second person involved. The person who's already been convicted cannot plead the fifth. They can't stay silent because they're not at risk of any charges. You can't self-incriminate a charge you've already been convicted of because of double jeopardy rules. So, this is wonderful.
Can you
Going through
imagine,
this, by
though,
the
if
way.
this would have slipped through the cracks. Oh yeah, go ahead, Bean. Sorry.
Conflict of interest has also been removed from this piece of legislation.
Oh yeah, I remember Grayson pointed that out to me yesterday, I believe.
How's it currently written? Let me look.
Section 19.
Oh, I don't think that's going to matter, and the reason I think that's not going to matter is because of the new stance that the DOJ has taken regarding conflicts. Angel has a very stern stance on conflict. Before it was, if a judge heard that someone was wearing a blue fucking shirt in a case, they'd be like, conflict, I've been conflicted. And then that resulted in no one ever fucking taking cases. That's not the case anymore. And the justification behind that is if juries in literally every other part of the world can specifically be instructed to ignore a piece of evidence that's already been presented, why can't a judge?
Oh, I mean, it's like my case, for example, getting the former SAMA director and EMS captain to sit as the judge on my case and then give that bullshit fucking ruling. Where she created her own doubt for me in her explanation. Thanks for that, by the way.
Right, just a heads up. We are probably going to have to cut this conversation a bit short.
Yeah,
because we're going to have to do a few things, but yeah, you definitely have my signature on both of those for sure.
Maxwell, do I got your signature too on both of these?
Absolutely.
All right. I'll get some signatures on the outside. If you guys could get some cop signatures for both of these and give them to me so I can get everything up. I want to have more than 25 up there.
Okay.
I can't get the door.
Heavy focus the civilians, Pred. Oh, sorry, Pred. Heavy focus the civilians because that's going to be a major aspect.
Yeah, I'm gonna
go speak to Toto.
The
He's already being-
self-incrimination stuff
Toto
is
right
going to
now.
be huge. I
He's
think, for them.
already
Okay.
going around saying he's a second-class citizen.
Yep. I'll go.
Yeah, he
I'll
towed
go
my,
take
he
care
towed
of
my
that.
cop car.
Oh damn! Shoot him.
Jesus.
He let it go though, but he did tow it, and he said tow test of the
Wait,
Blaine
so he's
County
being expunged?
legislation.
Are you referring to Pred? Because if so, yes.
Yeah.
He thinks he can do it tomorrow, but we're uncertain.
And then what?
Unsure. We'll see if it goes through, because we're also going to have to figure out whether or not it's going to be 30 days from when the charges were filed, or 30 days from when the situation occurred. I don't really know how that works.
Who's going to determine that?
The Department of Justice, I'd imagine.
Okay.
I will say again, I don't think the Marshall one, I'm hesitant to say, but the due process one, I am fairly confident in saying that's an oversight and not an intentional act. So
Yeah, probably.
I wouldn't be too worried about that. It is the entire purpose of this stuff being posted before going into effect. So this is pretty much process as normal. Oh my gosh, I ain't seen that name in ages.
I think from
Nunu El
contesting things,
Nene.
Oh yeah. That's our neighbor.
Yeah, from contesting things can be amended. It's not like a straight up denial of it. We've contested things previously, and they've amended it based on the contest.
Bean, did you run? Did you like run a change thingy, like the before and after, to see what all the differences are? Or no.
No, I've just been fucking going through
Manually through. Okay.
Because the sections are like all ordered.
They're all jumbled. Yeah.
I wish that was mandatory that changes were highlighted like the print in green.
Yeah, I agree.
I don't
Or
understand. It's,
removal
like,
in
purposely to
red.
hide it.
Removal in red, additions in green. I don't care if it's been moved around, but actual changes specifically being outlined, which they did at the bottom, by the way.
Yeah, in the implementation, I was about to bring that up. They've mentioned that they were consolidating a couple things into this one thing. So that's why I think it's mainly just an oversight. But I think it's still good to contest and just be like, hey, you missed this.
Yeah.
Or yeah. Hopefully that's all it is.
Or even we probably could just bring it to Angel and be like, hey, you're missing this. And like she did at the bottom of the one, she put an amendment.
Just a heads up, Miller is going to be conducting a raid. It's probably in like 15 minutes or so, 20 minutes.
Okay.
It's why I wanted to wrap things up with Pred, since we are going to need units on that, because I don't exactly know.
It's a
full
faceless
context.
one too.
Wonderful.
Oh. So you said I need 400 bullets.
Just a heads up, the possibility does exist that Miller may be working the archivist angle again. As a result, I am going to reach out to him and specifically tell him to not sign the portion referencing the marshals. And the reason is the whole archivist stuff is about like release of information. If he is to work potentially with marshals on that, the last thing I want is for the archivist to find out that Miller signed documentation stating that the marshals can't release info. You know what I mean? Like, I think that would look bad. So I am going to speak with him real quick. Just let him know not to sign it, because that might prevent him from having any kind of meaningful role looking into them. I know I've said stuff like this before, but we all know that oftentimes Pred can turn a 2 into a 9 on the how much this actually matters front, but like this stuff actually does matter, and isn't Pred just playing something up for no reason.
I can't believe it.
Yep. Peach, are you going to be around after the meeting?
Yeah.
Why'd you say it like that?
I'll be around.
Okay, I will speak to you then. I'm gonna call Miller and meet up with him real quick.
Why can't we just do it now?
We're kind of on a time crunch. With
You said
the
15 minutes.
That's true. That's true. All right, we're having this meeting, just you and I in the ISO room. Let's go.
All right.
Well, actually, everyone else can dip. I need to grab food though because I'm gonna starve.
Oh, okay.
Oh. Damn it.
Rhodes.
What's up?
Oxby came to me on Saturday to have a quick meeting about how the meeting went in reference to PNT. And he kind of apologized for how he felt that it may have come across, and that wasn't his intention.
But he wasn't even the.
Well, no, but I didn't say anything, but I guess he went to Opal and asked her how she thought the meeting went, and then Opal gave her opinion about how they were implying things. And the biggest thing with Opal, she said, was I asked him if they talked to Peach because it seems like they talk to everybody but the people they have the issues with.
Right.
And they went straight to the chief. So I guess she told him that, and then he came to me and was like, well, that wasn't my intention, blah, blah, blah. I said, well, that's fine. I know you're going on vacation, but we're going to try and do a meeting today since he leaves tonight. With
What time?
PNT, I'm not sure what time. I'll reach out to him, but I just said Peach is usually around Monday. But I said I'd really like Frodo, Peach, Aaron, and everybody to kind of be in a room. I said it's obvious that changes need to be had, but just coming into a meeting and saying you're done, but not specifying why, we need what's going on.
I mean,
and offer changes.
Yesterday I did speak with Aaron, for example. And Aaron brought, because my intent is everyone who currently has access to issue keys is going to have it removed. It's going to be reissued to only high command and PNT leads. That way, those individuals don't exactly need high command. For example, the morning or day that you had taken off, I was at that meeting. Coincidentally, I'm rarely at that meeting. Yeah. I'm not kidding. I was the only person around who could issue keys. And Aaron approached me and was like, we've had less than 24-hour notice that we're onboarding these people today. I was like, oh, that is a problem and that shouldn't be happening.
Yeah.
But the thing is, I've previously had a conversation with Peach like a month ago where she expressed interest in not necessarily stepping away from PNT, but lessening her responsibility. I'm going to be real. If she wants to step away from it, that's perfectly fine, considering most of the PNT leads are doing all of the groundwork anyways. I don't have an issue with that at all. I would rather the PNT leads have the autonomy to a degree of sorting out PNT stuff themselves so that they don't have to bug people about it. Obviously, there will be some restrictions. There's no denying that. Some things out of our control, it is what it is, but they just need to ensure that they are following the guidelines that we are going to have set in place. That way, we don't need Peach to be the person to clear everyone with hiring, because they're not wrong. If every person in shift 2 says we like this person, and background checks and such are good, there should be no reason they don't get hired. Because if we say no to those people, then the people in those positions are going to lose interest in doing that job because the decisions aren't truly going to be theirs. And so I want to ensure that that's resolved, which is why I'm going to talk to Peach now.
I still think there should be somebody with oversight as far as what if they are going out and hiring 15 to 20 cadets? Are we okay with that? I just feel like that's
no. Conversations are still expected with high command and stuff. But it doesn't have to be like we're looking over your shoulder at all times.
Yeah, well, and I want to make sure people like Frodo have somebody that has his back and isn't being puppeted. As I said before, I stand by what I said. High command does put their little fingers in and puppet a lot of things to the way that they want things to be, and they're not giving the person in charge the chance to do their job properly.
I agree.
To their fullest extent.
I agree.
And that's not against anybody. That's just my personal experience. As PNT, when it was handed to me when I didn't want it, I had the same issues.
Yeah, I'm trying to ensure that it is addressed. I was hoping to have this conversation a few days ago, but I'll have it now and I'll let you know the conclusion.
All right. Yeah. And okay, we'll still let her know we're gonna try and have a meeting with Oxby today.
Do you know roughly what time?
No, I'm gonna reach out to. I think he said he's gonna be around earlier today. So
Okay.
earlier could be like 4 EST 2, maybe. I don't know.
Got it. Okay. I may not be around at that time specifically. But send me an email. And if I am available, I will certainly be around.
Perfect. Okay, will do.
All right.
Thank you.
No problem. Hey, Peach.
Oh, Louds.
How's it going?
You know, Louds. It's going.
I'm concerned. Is that good or bad?
Well, I see, Louds. I'm tired.
You're tired?
Uh-huh.
Of what?
You know.
All of the responsibility?
Yeah.
Well, I have good news for you, Peach.
What is it?
You're fired.
Really?
No.
No.
No. Remember in no, Peach. Remember in the Ask Chief office a while ago, you had expressed concerns with, sort of stepping back from PNT and giving people like Frodo and whatnot a more active role and sort of empowering them to do whatever it is they need to.
Yeah.
So the other day I was approached by Oxby, Ruby, Maxwell was present, Opal was there. Specifically Ruby and Oxby expressed concerns regarding certain people, I guess, being denied for shift 2, despite, I guess, them being well received by all of the people who did the interviews and stuff. Obviously, as it currently stands, the way it pretty much works is they conduct the interviews, you get final say, and Ruby was telling me that this is sort of like the third iteration of like cadets in shift 2 that have potentially been denied, despite having been well received. I can understand where they're coming from, specific to them saying yes, but then ultimately being told no, for whatever reason. It doesn't really matter in the grand scheme of things. So what I intend on doing is I intend on having the ability for people to issue keys removed from everyone aside from high command and PNT leads for each shift. And then instead of everything having to come through you and that burden falling on your shoulders, leaving that with the PNT leads for the respective departments. So in our case, it would very much so be Aaron for shift 1, Frodo for shift 2, and then shift 3, Fisher would sort all of that out. And then obviously, you know, any additional stuff that they would need to sort out will be, well, first, I would set forth the expectations so that they ensure, you know, they know exactly what's required. That way everyone is on the same page. But essentially, Peach, what I'm saying is we can sort of, I'm not going to say pull your active role from PNT, but that doesn't have to be a burden for you at all anymore.
Really?
Yeah. I know Pred was adamant on, you know, you leading PNT, and I know it's something that you didn't originally want. And let's be honest, Peach, when people are forced to do things that they don't really want, it lessens their likeness for the job, if that makes sense. And I don't want that to happen to you, especially considering you've already made mention of wanting to take a more passive role in PNT. Where again, if we're sort of just doubling up on work that isn't necessary. If we trust Frodo, if we trust Aaron, if we trust Fisher to conduct these interviews and stuff, then I don't have any issue with them making, the calls to whether or not they get hired. Now, will there still be background checks on these individuals and whatnot? Yeah, absolutely. There's no denying that.
Yeah, of course.
But should they pass those background checks and such, the hiring decisions, I think we leave entirely up to the P&T leads for the respective shifts. And then, again, none of that will be your responsibility, so you don't have to worry about it anymore. Do understand, though, that people may still reach out to you if they have questions. So I'm not going to say that there is going to be any, defined transitional period. But if someone does approach you, obviously, please try to help them to the best of your ability. But help them in a manner in which you are, teaching them how to sort of think for themselves in these situations, or general thought process, not just providing an answer, because if you do, they're going to want to keep bugging you for that same answer over and over and over.
Oh yeah, of course.
That makes sense?
I mean, I think ultimately it was just the sort of
It's a drag. When you get on duty and there's that massive responsibility, it's a drag. Peach girl, I know. I'm currently the chief of police. Not intentionally, and I might be copping a hack charge, or maybe it's a felony. Who the fuck knows? So I hope you don't take this as you're removed from P&T, and I hope you take this as I have more freedom.
No. I'm really happy to hear that and stuff. I've been meaning to. There's other things I want to focus on. With
What do you want to focus on?
current officer. Making sure I can focus on, just basically the current officers that we have right now. I feel like there's a lot of complacency in the departments.
Uh-huh.
And something I want to focus on,
Yeah, absolutely.
And sort of how you say, making sure people are focused, right?
Yep, you want to be people's Adderall. You want to be able to redirect them and make them the best that they can be.
Exactly.
Okay.
And here's the thing, and as much as the new hires and stuff, right? I mean, here's the thing: they're too busy learning about the basics of being a police officer,
right?
And and that's why we try to pick out the right people, so that I don't have to work on sort of teaching them, kind of how to behave while on duty and stuff.
Yep. I agree with you.
But I want to focus on that with current officers and so on.
I think that's perfectly valid. And again,
yeah.
I hope this is very much so viewed as a weight lifted off your shoulders. And don't hesitate to answer questions if Frodo or Aaron or whatever were to approach you. I did briefly explain certain things to Aaron. Obviously, I haven't had a conversation with Frodo, but I was also told that Oxby is going to be around earlier today. I don't know if that's going to be at the meeting. I don't know if it's a few hours after the meeting. I don't know if I will be around. If I can be present, I will. Maxwell will send me an email when Oxby is around. Because some of the concern, again, I'm just being upfront and honest here, between Ruby and Oxby was that certain individuals had been denied or whatever, despite overwhelming good feedback. I don't know if that was stuff communicated by Frodo to you.
No, Frodo and I, we talk all the time and stuff.
But the gist of it was the people involved.
Frodo doesn't have any concerns except just about command being a little too involved. Other than that, I mean, we discussed about people being hired, and we agree. We don't really have any disagreements. Me and Froyo or Chris.
That's good.
So I'm just a
I
little
mean,
surprised, but not surprised.
I will say, sorry, go ahead. My bad.
I do think, I think they may feel that way because they want to hire everybody that gets interviewed. You know, we have limits and stuff.
Right. Mm-hmm.
They're not happy with that. I've been told they want to hire 20 to 25 cadets.
Who?
And, well, apparently Oxby.
Well, no,
So I
we
think,
can't
I
really
think the
accommodate taking on that many people at once.
I hear, FTOs could be burnt out and stuff. So, we do consider that. And, I think they're just happy that we don't hire everybody that we interview. Some may favor more or not. But ultimately, we look at based on those, vibes. Here's the thing. I like to think most people are capable.
Right.
Okay,
Girl,
to
some
do
of
the
them
job.
aren't. We know.
Yeah, I guess some, right? But most of the people they hire, interview, I would say, are capable to do the job. It's whether or not they can contribute to a healthy police department, an environment
Mm-hmm.
for us here at MIPD and outside of MIPD. And that's what we look for.
Right.
And, I like to say, we've, selected a lot of candidates over the last 2 months. And so, so I'm happy. I think that was my main concern, my main problem, before. Just people hiring whoever they want, and, I'm gonna be honest, the last batch, we have hired people that they've insisted, and, they just ride with the same people and stuff, right? I bring this up, it's important that we hire people that, work with others on a daily basis, it makes us stronger, and it's good to have different, relationships, right?
Yep.
And, so I can't really trust Ruby and Oxby's opinion, to be honest. And also the constant, mentioning to me, mentioning the photo, heck, even Palmy Crystal about background checks. Okay, and I'm gonna be honest, uncomfortable position to be put on week after week. I think being command and having to hear, oh yeah, I've ran PNT many times over and over and still don't really understand the process is, just
The process
just
is going to
comes
be
off-
outlined very specifically to anybody who has the ability to issue keys, and that's why the ability to issue keys is going to be revoked from everyone aside from PNT leads for their respective shift and department, in addition to high command. That way, there literally won't exist anybody who is unaware of the expectations.
Oh yeah. No, that's great and stuff. But it's not like they're gonna listen to it. I mean,
No, they will.
was it-
They will, because if they don't, they won't have a job. That is a guarantee. They will not have a job.
okay, well, that's good then. I think that was kind of like the biggest hurdle and stuff. I think, was it 2 weeks ago they hired somebody who apparently just woke up from a coma after 9 months, and
I thought you were talking about Bill for a moment.
no,
Oh, I
we're
damn near
talking
had a
about-
heart attack.
We're talking about Shield from Shift 2. I mean, I like the guy. Don't get me wrong, but gets hired after 9 months being in a coma, and then was told that we wouldn't hire them via P&T, and they just went ahead and did it. I mean, I think.
Wait, who hired
regardless-
them?
Shift 2 command.
Okay, but who? Like, specifically?
I think Oxby.
Okay.
Or-
I
mean,
will
definitely
ensure.
Ruby and Oxby are aware.
I will
but-
ensure that it is addressed. For me, I think you have left your mark on PNT enough to where the standards realistically should not stray too far. And realistically, if things change for the worse. Obviously, we can address it directly with the individuals involved. But I'm going to be very firm on the expectations. There will be a high command-wide announcement regarding, the ability for them to issue keys, the expectations, and the consequence of not following those expectations. And they are not going to be. It's not just going to be a slap on the wrist. It's not going to happen.
Okay. Okay. I mean, that's good to hear. It's just, it's an uncomfortable position you put in, where you have to battle, high command, week after week. Okay, when really, it's really not that deep. Don't
I
like
agree.
them. I mean, here's the thing. How about we go ahead and like the people that we did hire and stuff. I
Yeah.
mean, the thing is,
Hi, Josta. Hope you're doing well.
I don't know. It's just always complaints and stuff like that.
I think a lot of people, like you mentioning Shields, for example, hasn't been around in 9 months. A lot of people fail to realize that we are shooting them in the foot by not allowing them to acclimate to the norms of the city as it currently stands. It is not that we don't trust said individual. It's just that the likelihood of there being drastically major changes over the course of 9 months is very high, to where it is not worth taking that risk. Just end of story. It should not have happened. Why it did, I don't know.
You see what I mean, though?
Yes, 100%.
Well, the thing is, I mean, they just do whatever they want, anyways, right? And with the complaining, you know what I mean? How about just do? For me, it just is like, well, just do whatever you want, but then don't complain to us. I mean,
yeah, I get what you're saying.
If you're gonna do it, don't complain.
How long ago was the Shields hire?
I don't know, probably like a week or two, but you don't hear me bringing it up and stuff.
No,
right?
this is
I'm
the
just
first
like,
I've heard of it.
Yeah, but that's just like, I mean, the thing is, there's a lot of things I can complain, but we try to accommodate,
Right.
And my main concern is, is that, with Froyo, he...
Is it what you brought up before regarding him not being command, so there's this awkward...
I mean, there's that too as well.
Okay.
I think that's something that needs to be changed. I do think he should be promoted. He's great. At what he does. Hence why, I picked him. I did want to say, it wasn't exactly, their favorite pick, I think, that I picked Froyo.
Right.
I mean, they did make a stink that, that I went ahead and picked him and stuff. Without talking to him about it. But what can I say? I have a good eye at things.
Right.
But ultimately, I think with Froyo and stuff, he does come to me and stuff to discuss sort of a lot of the how you say the weight on his shoulders and stuff from command. And I still think, with me out of the picture, it's still gonna be a problem for him. However, he's a bit more lenient.
We should start just
when
like
it comes to basically bending sort of like.
Hold on, is this is far
like
enough?
He's willing to hire basically
Clicking a pen.
people with no personalities, just to please command. Okay, and we allow it sometimes, to be honest. I mean, I'm gonna be honest, we allowed that every time we hired people. So that's why the complaints is just never ending, regardless if we do it or not. But he's probably not gonna put his foot down as much, right? I would hope he would. However, the thing is, I don't think command should be, breathing down his neck as much as they do already.
I agree. I'm a firm belief that, again, P&T should be able to run autonomously. That's how Pred and I did things ages ago. We had a set of people responsible for P&T. They understood all the expectations, the standards. And honestly, maybe it was just we were fortunate in having only really solid people involved in P&T and not much meddling outside of that. Like there wasn't really much command or high command involvement in hiring at the time. Obviously, command in the day-to-day will understand what they need in terms of people for the shift, and there should be healthy communication between command and P&T to discuss, exactly what's needed. But there should never be a situation where, for example, I don't remember that lady's name that like gave you attitude when you asked that question, and like he was like really pushing for her or whatever. Like that stuff shouldn't happen. That was a while ago. That was quite some time ago. Yes, but like stuff like that shouldn't happen, right? Like that puts a bad taste in my mouth regarding whoever it is that we could potentially be taking on. And it's no dig against Key directly. It's just when you, as lead of P&T, see these behaviors, it's not going to be surprising if you ultimately make the call of, no, we're not taking them on. I don't think they're a good fit.
Yeah, but people don't like hearing no in shift 2 rounds,
What was that?
However, the people don't like hearing no. There's always going to be rejects.
Not only are there going to be rejects, sometimes we just don't, in that very moment, have the bandwidth to accommodate them. You mentioning 20 to 25 people, yes, if they need that overall as a shift, that's fine, but you can't accommodate 20 to 25 people all at once. That's not okay. Like, again, we don't have the bandwidth.
Yeah.
Why'd you say it like that?
Well, I don't really know what you mean by bandwidth.
Bandwidth is like, think of a highway with 2 lanes, okay? You can't have 20 18-wheelers on that road or on that highway, because you won't allow for there to be gaps to like weave in and out of traffic, because it's all just, it's like a wall of vehicles, right? We don't have, assume we have 2 FTOs. Again, it's a 2-lane highway. If we have 5 to 10, maybe it's a 5-lane highway and we can accommodate 10, 11, 12 people.
Yeah.
But we don't. And when you start to introduce things like burnout, that what was originally 2 or 3-lane highway is now down an entire lane because of burnout. That lane's under construction because that person needs to fucking recover from their burnout, because they still need to do the aspect of their job that they really fucking enjoy and not just focus on training people 24/7. So when I say bandwidth, it's specific to like our resources available to train people. If we can't reasonably do that, then that's a problem.
No, yeah, I agree. It's just, for me, don't get me wrong, I've seen all of command, Sometimes you agree, sometimes you disagree, I mean, it's just the nature of a workplace, It's different people, different styles and work ethic. However, the thing is, it's just, with Shift 2 Command, they're always preaching, how, do this and that and so on, and always criticizing and so on. But it's just sometimes ironic, seeing things that they're doing, and, and it's just like, okay, well, I mean, it's just, it's a lot. It's a lot. And I'm really worried about Froyo, right? And so on. But yeah.
I think I don't know. Do you know when Froyo's typically around?
Usually around 2:30, no, 3 o'clock PHST.
3 PHST?
Yeah.
So in like 7 hours?
Pretty much.
Oh my gosh. Because I would love Froyo to be present for the conversation.
Oh yeah, me too. Yeah. I mean, Froyo and I talk a lot and stuff, right?
Yeah.
So if there's anything wrong, which, I mean, he would tell me and stuff, right?
And if you hear of any concerns that need to be addressed, don't hesitate to reach out to me, please. 'Cause I want to ensure that
Look,
Go
I
ahead.
don't know. The thing is, Froyo feels away, but he's kind of given up too with Sterling Shift 2 command. He just it's like the thing is, the reason why I picked Froyo is he can be pretty mature.
Mm-hmm.
He knows when to pick and choose his battles. Okay.
Froyo is a good individual who you can give guidelines to, and he will follow it to a T.
Exactly.
Yep.
Exactly. And he's done that.
Yep.
It's just I mean, don't get me wrong. I mean, we all the time hear complaints. Oh, why didn't we hire this person or that person? And we're like, and and he's gotta continue like, okay, well, you'll have to give like the how you say PC response, like, oh yeah, I just get guided by Peach and do this and that. But the reality is we collectively make decisions and like that,
Right.
when it comes
But
to
it's easier to default to
me.
it. Yeah.
And that's okay, because
Girl, I'll be the fall guy. I'll be the fall guy. That's okay.
they're not
I don't want to have to.
believe that.
I don't want it to fall on you, Peach. I will say. I will say.
I mean, they already paid me the bad guy, and I'm okay. There's nothing I can do to change that. So why not keep the truck on moving?
The thing is, Peach, because command are out there on the daily, like I do think there should be conversations amongst PNT leads and command for the shift to determine what's required in terms of numbers, right? Because again, you tell me 20 to 25, that's unrealistic to take on all at once, right?
Yeah.
However, it's easy for someone in command without the not without the PNT knowledge, because obviously Ruby and Oxby do have PNT knowledge, but it's easy for people not directly involved to assume that we can potentially take on that many people, even though it's very impractical. So those conversations should be able to be addressed with the PNT leads for each shift and command for the shift to figure out and come to a consensus of how many people are taking on. I don't think that should be an issue.
I mean,
in
no,
my
no.
opinion.
I mean, no. That's understandable, and Froyo does that.
Yeah.
I mean, he just relays it to me. So, Froyo definitely hears it on the shift 2 command end all the time. I mean, he tells me. So I don't know what relayings that we're missing. There's really no telephone. He has a pretty good memory. But ultimately, that's the thing. I'm glad we got a lot of the hires that we like and stuff. I think ultimately though, I'm concerned for Froyo and basically, some of the hires sometimes. If I like to think if Shift 2 Command are making, the hiring process and a big deal, I can't imagine what else they're doing while out there on patrol. And
I get what you're
and I think that's the bigger picture that should be looked at for Shift 2. How come we constantly have to hire more people for Shift 2 when people should just be clocking on duty? Right? So, and I'll be honest, sometimes I feel bad, hiring people in a Shift 2 knowing that Shift 2 vibes can be down. I'm just being honest. But, however, I let that lesson for people to learn themselves.
Yeah. Sometimes people have to be burned before they realize, that whatever it is they wanted to do is impractical or simply can't be done.
I'm gonna be honest. Okay, we literally rejected like one person in Shift 2. Okay, the guy didn't he quit before. He was kind of flaky. Okay, and wants to get rehired and stuff. Okay, I'm gonna be honest. Right?
Is that just the
we want
angle
some fresh
of?
faces. We want fresh faces.
I mean, that's true. That's
Which
true.
we did, and I don't know. The guy didn't seem that convincing. Whatever, and so on. We picked 7. He happens to be the I guess the 8th. I got right, and we offered him to dispatch. He declined and stuff for the meantime.
They declined
you know
dispatch?
who didn't decline? Yeah, you know who
Who?
didn't decline? Ty Jane. Okay. All right.
Yeah.
So let me tell you, we're gonna pick him over the other guy that rejected. That's for sure.
Yeah, I can understand. I can definitely understand.
I don't know. For me, it's just like, okay, yeah. How about the other? It's just like, for me, it's always like, okay, one person gets rejected. It's like World War III.
It's the end of the world.
And
Got
I'm gonna
it.
be
Yeah.
honest, it's not worth my time. Okay? And I feel bad for Froyo having to deal with all of it. But, you know, he's been staying strong, which is why I think he deserves to be sergeant.
Okay. I'm gonna have to take a look at our roster.
Wait, the command roster?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, well, I'm gonna tell you off the top of my head.
Sure.
Ruby. Okay.
Uh-huh.
Oxby. That's it
Uh-huh.
for high command for shift 2, I guess.
Yep. What about
And then
normal?
Alan Key
Key,
is lieutenant.
yep.
And then for sergeant, you have Bubba. Wait, not Bubba, sorry. Deke.
Okay.
Bubba just got senior. And then Moss. Uh-huh.
Yep. Moss is good.
And
Deke is good.
then who's that one guy? Mia?
Give me
think
one
he's gone.
second. I have to make a really important phone call.
Okay.
Hi, Rhodes.
Hey, Angel. How you doing?
I'm doing pretty good. How are you?
I'm good. Bean is currently on duty. Which means you get to give him a call and instruct him on what helmet he's going to be wearing for the remainder of his shift.
Oh, perfect. How wonderful.
Yep. They might be in the middle of something right now, but if you want to pick something out, you know, at the clothing store, maybe take a photo of it to send to Bean. I'll ensure that. I do have a requirement though.
What's the requirement?
It has to be at least semi-professional. I'm not sending him out with a dunce cap. Okay. I know that's not a helmet, but I'm not gonna send him out in a dunce cap.
But why not, though? It'd be really funny.
It's gotta at least be semi-professional to some degree. I don't care if he's in a pink bicycle helmet. He's not gonna be in like, you know, something with the
All right, I understand.
face mask attached or anything to that extent.
Yeah, I understand. It has to be somewhat reasonable. I got
Yes.
you.
Yep.
All right, I will go look and I'll find one. Thank you. Rose.
Perfect. No problem. Have a good one.
All right, see you. Bye.
Bye. All right. Sorry about that. I just had to. Bean is being punished.
Why?
Let me read the complaint from Brittany Angel that I took. It is in a private report. There's a problem about Bean that she's been observing, and the straw that broke Angel's back was PD has been loosely following road rules, running red, speeding, which isn't a good look. But now it's getting to the point where they're hitting people or almost hitting people with no lights and sirens, and they don't give a shit. Angel was heading southbound on East Joshua. Bean was doing about 150 full speed around the corner by like Stab City. Bean almost hits Angel. Angel 911 and said, "I almost got slammed into by a buffalo with no lights and sirens."
I remember that.
And I got a call back from Bean that said, "Next time, wear a helmet." So his punishment is going to be wearing a helmet for the remainder of the shift.
Wow.
Yep.
But that's the stuff I want to be, you know, doing.
Like issuing like punishments and stuff, or just correcting behavior in general?
You know, both.
Okay, yeah, there's no issue with that. You in the position to do that. But I appreciate the conversation, Peach. And if you do hear stuff from Frodo that he may not be willing to say to command or high command in shift 2, please let me know, because I do want to get stuff addressed. Obviously, I'm not around as much, but regardless of whether or not your position is in P&T directly, obviously as a friend, Frodo's gonna reach out to you and express concerns. So if you do hear anything that is problematic, what about
I think
Crystal?
Crystal. Well, I don't know. I think Crystal wants it out too.
I will address that with Crystal and ensure
Yeah,
that that is
'cause
done if that's the case.
Yeah. Talk to her about it. You know.
I will.
Yeah. I think
I'll speak with Crystal.
Yeah, I don't think she liked being in that position. You know, with like the.
Well, wasn't it only intended to be temporary while you were gone?
Well, no, yeah, but she wants to help and stuff, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
And so on, right? So by all means. Plus she likes doing like, like the tedious, kind of like note taking in
Yep.
like shift 3, which
Mhm.
so she said there's not much to do in shift 3 sometimes, so but she likes doing that stuff. So that's good. So I mean, I think she wants help, but also, I might the whole veil thing last time, like King, I mean, when like I kind of talked briefly about it, I think she kind of felt like that, like bad, or like I don't know. For me, it came across like she was kind of being overlooked at, or
Wait, what?
once again.
What happened with that?
Well, King just apparently, hired her and stuff, and whatever, right?
Yep.
And like, kind of like asked or brought it up to Crystal, but he was just gonna do it anyways. Kind of like,
Yeah.
from what I was understanding. And I'm gonna be honest, that's the thing.
But it was Maple that issued keys and stuff.
Okay,
It wasn't.
really?
It did. Yeah, it wasn't.
Oh,
It wasn't
okay,
Crystal.
okay. So maybe, yeah,
From what I was told, at least.
Okay. It just seemed, but Crystal was like on duty. I don't know. I just was brought up to Crystal, and it just for me it seemed like, okay, like they're kind of trying to like, how you say, well, when like someone thinks they can just go ahead and push you over and whatever, like, oh, you're.
I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying.
It just seems like that kind of when it came, with like that situation when Crystal was like around and stuff, and I don't like that,
Yep.
And so that would be like a concern for Crystal and whatever. Like I try to put my foot down for for Crystal and whatever, but since I'll be stepping away from this and whatever, that is a concern.
I will definitely speak with Crystal, but from what you're saying, Crystal likely doesn't want that PNT responsibility as well, correct?
Yeah.
Okay,
But
that's fine.
I mean, ultimately though, you got Aaron.
Yeah.
I guess the whole. I think
We got
the
Fisher,
main issue-
Aaron, and Froyo. So we're good on all three
So
shifts.
Aaron, yeah, exactly.
So there should be no issue. And I think
I think ultimately though the thing with Aaron is just the way she talks to people, and whatever, But hey, I think there's I think that's out of my pay grade.
You're good, Peach. You're good. I don't know where they are in this raid. But if you want to, actually, hold on. How many people? Wait, where are? Oh, they're in Polito.
It's
They have a
always in
lot of people in
Polito.
Polito. Okay, I haven't left Mission Row all day, so I'm gonna get out there. But I will speak with Crystal. If I see Froyo, I will also speak with him because I think it's important for him to. Oh gosh, I'm seeing things. I think it's important for him to hear from me directly.
Of course.
Regarding.
Yeah, I would really appreciate it.
Yeah. I mean, I did the exact same thing with. Oh gosh, who was it? I forget who. But being reassured from the top, I think, is one of the best things that can happen.
Yeah, I agree.
And additionally,
I mean, if you think about it, his top is really Ruby and Oxy.
yeah, that is true. That is true. And obviously, Maxwell doesn't exactly see eye to eye. Maxwell kind of in the meeting kind of clapped back at Ruby and Oxby, and then sorry,
Yeah, I'm
Opal.
glad I wasn't there.
Opal, who was present because we were having an unrelated discussion beforehand. I think approached
I'll go ahead and say,
Oxby.
Opal's the person I mentioned in my command report, by the way.
In what capacity?
Huh? She was talking about watching TikTok. on the radio.
Oh my gosh. The standards are no bueno.
Yeah.
All right, let's get out there. And if I have any questions for you, or if I'm unfamiliar with anything specific, I will reach out to you and let you know.
Of course. Yeah, well, I'm glad about the key stuff, okay?
Same.
You know, that's probably like the worst thing. I'm gonna be honest, okay? You think people who's been around for a very lot longer than I have, you know, could put
Two and two together?
who's been involved with that, okay? Wouldn't need an explanation for me. 24 flipping 7. But yeah, hey, you know, that puts Froyo in a better position.
There should be zero issues of understanding why certain things are happening when I do end up making the announcement for High Command. Because while that announcement's going to High Command, it's also going to every individual who can issue keys, so that there is zero confusion. So none of that should fall on Froyo, which is the good thing.
Thank God.
Yep. I'm glad that we could have said conversation, Peach.
Oh yeah, me too. Me too. It's great.
All right. Why is there blood on the floor?
Time
What
of
is
the month, I
this?
guess.
Ooh, the Chronicle.
What's in there? Okay, we gotta go to Polito Roads.
I don't know if they need additionals. Let's find out.
Looks like Channel 8. Wait, no.
Additionals required up in Polito? I thought they mentioned 4 before.
Oh, maybe you're right. Yeah, Channel Flynn.
Which I roll around with this.
Okay, well, you gotta drive. I'm not driving up to Polito.
Oh, I can't drive with a... Peach, it's not you, it's me.
Be advised, that one is
What do you mean?
RTB for fuel.
Oh, they're good. They don't need us. They don't need us. We don't have to go to Polito. I want to go pull people over.
Yeah,
while I
you
still
don't
have a
that.
job.
What do you mean, Rhodes?
Well, you know, the marshals are obviously still interrogating people and stuff. So you just...
I think you should be Kaylee Chief.
You think so?
Well, okay. You said it, you know? You can't do this without... You don't even want Chief.
Hey, don't worry. Because Pred gets expunged tomorrow. Maybe, hopefully, who knows? Don't know what we'll do with that, but we'll figure it out. Don't worry, Peach. Don't worry.
Hello?
Don't worry.
Chief, then.
Hello, Wagwan.
Well, I'll just hold this for now.
The actives on channel 1.
Oh no, everybody's on a raid channel 4.
Oh, fun.
I did just inquire. They do not need additionals.
Copy. Rosner, did you get reached out to?
Oh yeah, I'm on the phone now.
Okay.
Hello?
Hi, I'm just waiting for someone.
Oh, wait, who are you waiting for?
Maxwell?
Maxwell? She might be a bit busy at the moment. Did you just recently get in contact with her? Yeah, from my understanding, she's in the middle of something at the moment. I don't know if she'll be here for a while.
Okay, no worries. I'll wait anyways.
Wait a minute, who dis?
It's Nunu.
Nunu? Oh my gosh, you was the one I called Delulu ages ago. Oh my god, what a throwback. I remember you.
Dude, it's good to see you.
You as well. I hope you're doing well.
Thank you, thank you. I hope you're
Oh my
doing well,
gosh.
too.
I am. I'm gonna get out of here though. You have a wonderful day.
Take care.
You'll be Nunu unless I'm given reason to call you Delulu.
Beefing with the Babylon?
Okay.
Does anyone know?
It says there's that wall when I called Gaz earlier.
Could be having a gunfight at Senior Buns.
There was a
Hey, Doc.
lost outside of Senior Buns.
Hey, Rose, how you doing?
It could be better. What's up?
Now gunshots from a vehicle.
Oh, you need to talk about it?
Could be
Wait, what?
I'm just checking. Do you need to talk about what's up?
I don't know what regarding what.
No. No, you said you could be better.
Oh, that's just life. That's just life in general.
Now you're sounding like. I'm just first. I wish to have a chat with you about potentially transferring back to LSPD. And just get your feelings on it.
Okay.
There's no rush. Whenever is suitable for you.
Head over to. Well, actually, what shift would you be part of?
I would be part of this shift 1.
Shift 1. Okay.
Yeah.
So.
With Maxwell. And,
yes.
Yep, and she's like, "Yep, I'll have you back in an instant." But I just wanted to check in with you as well.
I have no issues at all, Doc, regarding you returning to the LSPD. Zero issues at all. I will say we will have to speak to Aaron because Aaron does lead P&T for Shift 1. But obviously, I don't anticipate there being any issues on that front. Yeah, ultimately, again, you have my thumbs up regarding your return. I've never had an issue. I mean, obviously, whatever happened resulting in your removal, not exactly ideal. It sounds like it was am I wrong in saying a miscommunication?
Yeah, in my eyes, that's what it was, but it is what it is.
Yeah. Perspective matters in a lot of things, Doc.
Exactly. So I've never held any grudges about it. I could understand the perspective that he was coming from. So I'm fine with that. And honestly, I've been about just a little bit, and I'm not sure the new marshals is going to be a good fit for me. That's why I'm thinking I'd be better coming back and actually helping somewhere. I think.
Yeah, fair enough.
Support.
Yeah, absolutely. I will say obviously it's been some time since you have been out of the PD. So the likelihood that you'd be brought in as a PPO, not as a punishment, but more so, I don't know, maybe we could consider officer, given you have been doing martial related stuff since, so it's not really that big of a deal. But I'll have a conversation with Maxwell and Aaron. That way we're all on the same page.
Okay, no problem. Shall I reach out to Aaron as well, or shall I?
Yes, I don't believe Aaron is around right now. But definitely inquire with Aaron.
Will do then. I appreciate you.
No problem.
Supporting me coming back. That's good to know.
No issue at all.
Okay, you take care out there, and I'll probably see you around a bit later.
I'm glad to hear that.
Okay,
sorry,
take
hold on.
care.
Apologies. Oh, you're good. Have a good one. Bye.
Yep, you too. Bye.
Chat, I thought I bound my fucking key to something on my stream deck to disable calls, but it doesn't work. I'm a bozo. 290 10-8.
Roads, we're only 3 units. Lost and the New Babylons are having a hammer class 2 pistol fight at Senior Buns.
Okay, what are we doing regarding that?
I'm trying to like
Get them to stop?
I'm trying to be like all between them and Senior Buns at the bare minimum, and just have them disperse out of the area.
Hey, firm.
So far, they've like shifted towards Palomino, which is like a small victory, I would say. I think that it looks like they've left.
From Speedy's motorcycle, I clocked going east on San Andreas as I was arriving.
He drove out his earbuds.
Hey, from, do you know if there's any injured people?
The only injured that I saw that went down were results of them being knocked off their bikes by hammers. I didn't see anybody go down from shooting and or where we're shooting get shot down.
Hey, from, did they get picked up by their friends?
I'd assume so because they were on Palomino, and if you didn't see anybody there, then
All right, I'll go from Vespucci onto Palomino North. Let you know if I see anything.
Bonnie, can you collect the casings from like right in front of me? The guy that was shooting on these steps.
The casing, isn't it? Hard to see, but right there. I didn't see anything on Palomino. I do believe there's a casing on the ground along the northbound lanes, but aside from that, I'm not seeing anything.
But you got 2 casings by this big tree by the steps.
Type shit. You're starting to become like roads over
hello,
there.
Chief. Hey.
Oh, there you go. Hey,
looks like that at least
right
for
there.
now.
Oh.
Hey,
Yeah,
well, why was I name dropped? What's going on?
And
just
he's
say
starting to
hello,
become.
just say hello.
You're starting to become like you a little bit. You know, like hard-headed. You know, not giving a fuck. You know what I'm saying? Letting his guns talk. You know what I'm saying?
Why? Listen, I don't always resort to guns, but I am holding a shotgun.
Okay, you see what I'm saying? You see? Coco,
Let's-
this is what you're becoming to. This is
Well,
what
I
you're
heard
becoming.
shots were fired into area. Oh, hello.
That's fair. That is fair.
Hi, Rose.
Hey, how are you?
Rose, you didn't hear the context though.
Dawn had ADHD, and I kept telling her the lowdown what was happening down here because it has to do with people in the north, you know.
Palomino as well.
Oh.
But then also
Yeah.
we were
Where they
talking
were
about
shooting.
business
It's not like
legislation
they were
and lottery
north to
because she's
south.
condensing.
Don't want
all
to
the
cut this
legislation
short.
down.
Don't want to cut this short, but I do have to go to. I have to move a block up to deal with my job. I'm
go.
sorry. I'm sorry.
Yeah, do it. Take them
do your
down.
job. Do your job.
And even though you're not the north, then do them in the north. Yes.
And they ends of cases.
I believe there's some potentially directly in front of my vehicle. I could be wrong.
You're not.
There we go. Okay, and also, I believe directly in front of my vehicle again, right here.
So update, Speedy said he, and I wouldn't blame you when I said I will shoot you if you guys continue in the public areas. Good to know.
So I'm confused. Was it like, was this like a turn-based thing, like a sportsmanship shooting?
It was like they were jousting off their bikes, and then like one person would get hit off their bike and then pull out a gun, start shooting from on foot, and then one person was on a quad shooting from the quad.
Hey, firm.
And then somebody had a class 2 at some point and started shooting it.
That was almost like our.
Ventura!
Yep.
We have problem.
Being?
Proposed legislation.
Which one?
2.
Like the city hall thing?
Yes. One being the most important one being the due process in court proceedings or procedures. Sorry. Let me know when you've pulled that up.
Hang on, I gotta log in.
Bless your heart. Also, unrelated, if you see Bean in a helmet, for the remainder of the shift,
Be good to break off.
he's punished at the moment.
Okay. Okay, so the due process one.
Yes. So you have that up on your phone, on your...
Oh, there is more
Or is
evidence
new?
on the section.
I thought we had a due process.
We do, but that's the issue. Load up
If there's no
on your
more, I'll
MDT,
make one and
due process. It's very problematic. I think it's an oversight, which is obviously the reason why this stuff becomes public, so stuff like this can be pointed out, but...
You have due process and jurisprudence.
Yes, that's what... Pull that up on your MDT.
Yes.
Scroll down to section 18.
Yeah.
Read... Hold on, I'm pulling it up.
281.
Section 18, read point A.
Citizens of San Andreas have the right to not be forced to incriminate themselves in criminal action. Defendants cannot be compelled to testify against themselves by prosecution. Should they waive this right to testify on their own behalf, they are expected to answer questions.
Okay, now find that in...
Questions asked under oath. Okay.
Now find that in the proposed one. It doesn't exist. Again, I think
Is there an
oversight.
expanded rights category?
No. Certain things, it seems as though this is...
So it's like a condensing.
Yes, because it mentions like the
condensing
den.
of other shit.
Yes, but very specifically, it does not in any way address two things actually. One being your right to an attorney. The only mention of attorney is, I think, outlined in the traffic court portion. And then secondly, the portion that I brought up, you know, they have the right to not be forced to incriminate themselves.
Okay. And this is proposed, obviously it's up for change.
Yes. However, it is in its contest period.
Okay.
So those things need to be addressed. The last one is the proposed martial legislation, which is outlined in red in... Oh. I'm assuming they just went to get their friend's medical.
Well, there was a shooting out here, so that's why we're here. The marshal one is
And
where?
you're saying it was the woman with the ginger hair who shot the class too.
City Hall. It's the only
And just
martial
the
one.
marshal
Yes, and then just scroll to the green part.
This is Lexi.
Is the green part the new ad?
Yes.
Okay. San Andreas State Marshal shall have authority to determine whether investigative information in their custody may be released to the public and may, at their discretion, authorize the release of such information when they determine it serves the public interest in the principles of transparency. Investigative information includes, but it is not limited to, any information gathered or created during investigation, review, or oversight action, including reports, notes, statements, evidence, recordings, photos, communications, and related materials, whether the matter is ongoing or closed, and regardless of format. Information released at the San Andreas State Marshal discretion in this matter is still exempt from FOIA, provided that the investigation is ongoing and decided by the FOIA process.
It likely doesn't seem as problematic at first. What the? I believe they attempted to swing towards the individual on the sidewalk. Stay firm. So the problematic part there is stay firm.
And I heard them myself.
The problematic part is what constitutes stuff in their custody. Obviously, they're the ultimate law enforcement authority, and have jurisdiction over, or not jurisdiction, but have pretty much authority over every jurisdictional issue, which means if they see something of the LSPD that we say no, do they claim it's a jurisdictional issue and then claim it's in their custody? And don't forget, with how things are currently written, while you have to think long term and not just like people in current positions, though I'm not exactly the biggest fan. You might want to speak to Ricky because Odette was done wrong earlier regarding being pulled into a interrogation by the marshals. I believe it was specific to my situation, and when she asked for an attorney, she was told no, and implied that if she did not willingly provide information, that it would like reflect poorly on her or something to that extent. Again, you might want to speak to Ricky. He has more context.
Okay. Are you going to be are you coming to the legislative meeting?
Ooh, when is that?
An hour after the meeting.
Sure, I'll be there.
I'm sure.
Where does it take place?
At the courthouse. It's with the justices and the judges and the mayor.
The Carcer Way or City Hall?
City Hall.
Okay.
I feel like if there's an opportunity to talk about these, it's probably then, you know?
Yeah, not wrong.
Yeah, so they can decide, they will have the authority to decide when to release shit?
Yes.
So they can just talk about stuff?
Pretty much. And then fall back on, well, we have the legal authority to do this, but if anyone else were, it's leaking. So I don't know.
See. Yeah, this seems like this seems like the most textbook topic for the legislative authority meeting that could be.
I don't know. Oh, okay, okay. So he just abandoned everyone. Can I help you, Ventura?
I'm waiting until you're off the phone.
Or wait until I'm off the phone. All right. I'll make my way up there, and we can talk face to face. All right. All right. What's up?
Hi,
Ventura?
Reed.
Hey, Rhodes. How's it going?
I'm doing good. How are you?
I'm doing good, man. Thanks for asking.
That's
I
good to
appreciate
hear.
that.
Reed, what's with this aggroness towards the PD?
Okay, so the rundown I got is someone was like pushing at Sandy, and they just swarmed them with like a bunch of interceptors and started ramming them in like off their ATVs and even blowing them up. So.
Oh, like off rip?
Yeah, pretty much.
Ooh.
Yeah. That's what I was communicated, so they responded with that, be like, yo, you guys need to fucking calm it down because we can also escalate shit.
You want to ask
that? Hello?
I wonder when this happened.
I'm doing okay. What's up, Maze?
Rosner, I collected all the evidence from the Crusade Road.
Oh, 10-4, yes, alright.
Oh, wait, what? What? You were a hang-around, Bill?
Oh, bless his heart.
Okay, Bill Mays, head up to Sandy, okay? There's a blue house in Sandy. You probably know it, right? Yes, just head up there. We need to talk, buddy, okay?
Tell him I'm not mad, I'm disappointed.
Also, Rhodes says he's disappointed in you. Yes.
Is he trying to join the Lost?
Apparently, he was a hang-around for Floki's Lost. And he's all confused. And he doesn't know what's going on. The last time I saw Bill Mays was in a cave getting shot by Bobby Charles and Carmine and being framed for
He's been in a coma for a while. Oh, bless his heart.
Reed, what is the end goal of the Lost here? What is it you're looking for with this? What you're doing?
I think what happened in Sandy with your officer
Do you know who it is? First off, contextually, who did it, when did it?
Yes, but I will not be giving those names. They did it on behalf of the Lost. So
No, I'm not talking about. I'm not talking about
on
the
our
Lost
end.
member. I'm saying the cops that did it.
Oh, I think it was Dukakis. Wait! In the cars and shit, ramming
Yeah,
and
the
they're
original
blowing them
thing.
up. I could find that out. I can go find that out for you guys, and we can open negotiate. Like we're not trying to be like, oh, boo hoo, boo hoo, boo hoo. But you know, when it's like one person on an ATV and they're being swarmed by 4 interceptors, and then being like literally blown up by them, it's, you know, they're gonna be a little angry and they're gonna want a little revenge. And it's unfortunate.
Well.
It's
If
unfortunate.
it's Pilbus, we should do it because it's funny.
I agree.
So, I'm assuming it wasn't Pilbus that got ran over.
I don't think it was. I think it was KJ.
Oh, the worst person that it could happen.
Honestly, you look a little too far to the left while looking at KJ. He's angry.
Yeah.
If
Listen.
you don't hold the door open for him, he shoots you in the back.
A bunch of stuff is going on right now. I gotta get to a very important meeting. Are you guys gonna be around after Storm?
Uh-huh.
Okay. All right, perfect. I'll reach out to you guys after Storm at some point and we can have a big meeting.
Okay.
Sounds good.
All right. Okay. I love everyone here except Vonnie.
And I told the Babylonians this, by the way, and I will tell you this too, Reed. You know, whatever this war's happening with the Lost, if it's happening in front of cops in public places, people are just gonna get shot down. The shooting portion. You guys.
Well, yeah, no shit.
I'm just saying. I like to make it clear to people because listen,
yeah.
Reed, this is a shocker to you. Not a lot of people in the city have the common sense that you just displayed.
I think there's something in the water supply.
Yeah, there's a lot of people. There's literally. Sorry, I'm not a marshal. I can't talk about the last high command report. Come on. Reed.
Vonnie, just so you know, I made a complaint about you to Nikki about you saying you're gonna take.
I'm concerned when Reed's complaining about something in the water.
Yeah. Speaking of, did you read that high command report?
Which one?
The one about Remedy Greed?
No.
Go read it.
I've been on duty for 3 hours and I've been at mission row the entire time.
That's where you read reports. What the fuck else you been doing?
I've been in meetings.
I didn't read I'll read the replies now, but I read this from where I commented. That's all I read.
Wait, was this a situation that occurred a while ago?
Remedy usually doesn't sleep on her discrepancies.
Yeah, you're not wrong.
This probably happened.
Because I feel like something like this happened a while. Oh wait, there's a report. 22 or an incident 22049. Hold on.
Oh, I did that. Wait, what happened a month ago? She's complaining about it
Yes, that's what I'm talking about. I think I was here for this. Oh my god. Okay, there's no fucking. They have no reason to complain. Do you want the context?
Sure.
People were in Senior Buns. Crystal and Perry were talking with them. I think Crystal and Perry like stepped away briefly. And then Remedy and Valdez rolled in, started blasting. Just like immediately. So they got shot the fuck down. I'm sorry, but there's no warning. They had their vehicle positioned in the alleyway by like the taco place like entrance and exit so that they could flee, and they were shot down. If you look at the report,
why is she complaining about this now? This was a month
I don't
ago.
know. While the officers were talking to the individuals, 2 people with Habibi cuts ran inside past the exit doors into the food court. One male individual, later identified as Ricardo Valdez, had a double action pistol, and the female individual, later identified as Remedy Creed, a class 2 in hand, ran towards the Besties members, Jamal and Tyreek, and past officers, with Valdez yelling something at them as he opened fire along with the female towards them. Clear pulled out her firearm, attempted to shoot down the shooters, and Falcon called for backup. Clear opened fire on Valdez and Remedy Creed while they were opening fire and attempting to flee, with Remedy Creed opening the door to the purple Schlagen. They then got into the shootout at the side, and both of them went down. I don't know how they think they have any leg to fucking stand on. there's not going to be a please stop shooting. You're going to get shot, especially if you do it in the presence of officers.
Yeah, but when somebody is shot down, in front of cops, there is no warning. The only time there's warning is like when there's
If there's a numbers issue, like if we logistically
sure.
can't, yes, I
Or just,
agree.
like, indiscrepant random shooting with
And
no
you,
like clear.
you don't know who the aggressor is. Yes, 1,000%. This
That's when the
situation
warnings
is
are issued.
fucking dumb.
This is like I was telling like the law, like Bree just there. If you're shooting people in front of us, we're gonna shoot you. That's me giving him his pre-warning. He's not getting another warning after that. I don't know. I just can't believe she made a complaint about it.
Made a statement. I was around when this situation happened, and any complaint stemming from this is, quite frankly, stupid. I would put as his remedy creed, but that's not appropriate.
Ricky's comment has a lot of capital from what I'm skimming through.
Yes, in front of cops. That's how I could see Ricky just putting the emphasis in person.
Yeah, just like red in the face. This is not the standard situation. This is very typical of shift 3. If anyone gets gunned down,
This is typical of any shift. This has nothing to do with shifts.
This is how it should be. Maple just did the right thing. They also said they were going to complain about me to Frost and ACR me even just to highlight how absurd they are. Oh well.
Wait, do you see Crystal's little note at the bottom in really small
Yeah,
font?
I think she's unhappy. It didn't go the way she wanted. You know, when Crystal's doing this, it's like, well, usually this is a Peach thing. This is like a Peach type
Yes,
of.
I agree. I agree. They chose to shoot and in turn got shot themselves, as they should have been. The same criminals also complained about my unprofessionalism after they attempted to tell Crystal that she shouldn't be a cop if she can't figure out what charges stick 100% of the time. Respond telling them that that's quite literally why the DOJ exists. Yeah, no.
Well. Another remedy creed moment.
Yeah. I don't know how anyone deals with her. I've maybe encountered her a handful of times, and she's insufferable.
Oh yeah, you should have seen when we arrested her, when we caught her for her hag. She went to try to save one of her boyfriends from a boost, and I tased her out of the car and she didn't break cuffs. She was very insufferable during that processing.
Oh, is it time? Fuck. I don't have my gun out. I won't be able to shoot. Mm-mm-mm. Can't wait to see Bill in a lost cut. Mm. All right. I think this is going to be the first legislative meeting we're going to attend. Hour after the storm. I'm going to let my dog out and pee. I'll be right back. Actually, hold on. Let me. There we go. BRB. I am back. Now I'm clicking my pen. Whoops. Yeah, are other people already in the server? I'm stuck on connecting. People are in? What is this? I've never seen this. My 5M just like died. Close. I've never seen the portion that got stuck. Got stuck on a switching Steam app ID thing. Don't know what that's about. Oh. Could be a Steam issue? Question mark. No, that was 3 days ago. Let's try again. I'm gonna be pissed if I can't get back in. They talk about atrocious timing. The other ones have been like network related stuff or like the server being updated, Tam, if I recall correctly. Like instead of waiting those days, I called it so that I could finish up a few things. And I'm also inclined to think that it was like before we got the storm. We were able to get in, thankfully. I've never seen that error message, though. It said... I wrote it down somewhere. Maybe it's in my Google search. Hold up. Something about Steam app. What was it? Oh no. Do do do. I couldn't because it was just meetings the entire time.
Okay, are you going to bring something up during the PD meeting about the stuff and try and get signatures? Or are you
So there's a legislative meeting in about 45 minutes that I'm likely going to attend to also bring up the issue, because if it can be addressed there, that would be ideal. Should I bring it up during the PD meeting? Trying to think. I will. I'll bring it up. I'll bring it up and let people know because it's definitely something that needs to be looked at. I also told Ventura, and it sounded like he also took issue with it.
Really? All right, that's
yeah.
great.
Yep. So
I don't know anybody who wouldn't take issue with it.
yeah, that's the thing. Things are either too vague or just missing entirely.
All right. I'll talk to you in a bit then. All right.
Sounds
Roach,
good.
Have a good time.
All right.
Bye, buddy.
Bye. this? Is this for clowns? Yep.
It's nothing like that. Don't be weird.
What the hell?
Oops, sorry,
Not
excuse
like
me.
that. Hello, Rhodes.
Not like that.
Come on in.
Thank you.
Oh, actually,
Oh no.
has there been any update regarding the heroin stuff, or?
It's already been written in a report. We just need to get it fully out and stuff.
Oh, okay. All right, perfect.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Don't worry. It has been done, so don't worry.
Awesome. Thank you. I appreciate it.
You're all good.
Hmm.
Yeah, I think it's already been.
Yeah.
I need to talk to you after, Mr. Rose.
Okay. All right. Excuse me.
If they need someone, I'd be willing just to fucking
Squeeze
put
pass.
250 grand up and fucking do it.
Do you wanna let Bean know what he's wearing?
Bean, yes, I have a picture for him. Actually.
Oh. You want to put it on the projector?
Hey, Angel.
I can't put it on the picture. Oh, hi, Bean. Yeah, I can. Can I send it to you?
Yes.
And then you can have him.
Yep. I'll throw it up on the projector. Bean, I'm being sent over the helmet that you'll be wearing for the remainder of the shift.
Okay.
The whole wait. So the
remainder. Oh my
So
god.
everything that's in the MDT is different to what is
There you go.
in this thing.
What was proposed?
He's
Oh, I
gonna be a little
see.
fish
Okay,
boy.
All right, now it's all right, okay,
Please don't make it a fish helmet.
You're gonna be in a little fish
Bean,
bowl.
go and find it.
Oh
Go and find it, bud.
Fish bowl.
I don't know if we have that helmet.
You're gonna be in a little fish bowl.
What the fuck is this?
You're gonna look so great in it, Bean.
Yes, yes, yes,
Hmm.
yes.
You're gonna look amazing.
Wait, what did he do?
I don't know if I should tell you. Can I tell him, Rhodes? Do you want to tell her?
Bill.
Oh shucks, I don't know if I should.
Shame.
Oh, shucks.
Spill
it. What happened?
It's your choice.
Well, guys, when we almost strike a civilian and they 911 to indicate that something like that happened, we do not respond with wear a helmet, guys. Okay?
Oh wow.
We don't respond with wear a helmet because that's not the ideal response. That's not appropriate, guys. Oh my God, Nikki, you're glowing.
Like
Yeah,
a
glowing and lactating. It's very difficult to live these days. Okay.
I already
Pregnant.
told Nikki that earlier. By the way, Brandy.
Well, it is sort of like a low-level slime because it's just turning cloudy every fucking time I take my bra off.
Too much, Nikki.
What?
Too fucking much.
What the fuck? Okay.
Yeah, put
Way
your
too
shoes
much.
away, Okay.
You were massaging your scissors.
Yeah, now I regret it.
Do I have any announcements? Not off the top of my head, though I will.
Oh my God! Wow.
What? What's so funny?
It looks phenomenal.
Fantastic. You look
Looks phenomenal, Bean.
I'm working it.
Yeah, you were the first one shot down in any shootout today.
I guess I got a quick thing to say. One second. I am just going to bring up the fact that there has been proposed legislation on the government website. So make sure that y'all check that and read it thoroughly. There are some points I'm very personally not a big fan of, though I will be present for the legislative meeting in 45 minutes or so. I don't know if it can even be addressed. Well,
Yeah, it can be. We can talk about it for sure.
okay, perfect. Which parts? Oh gosh, I don't know if discussing. Actually, I'll bring it up.
You can discuss it. It's,
Okay,
it's nothing
perfect.
Secret or hidden or nefarious about it.
So in the due process portion, it seems to consolidate other pieces of legislation like the den related stuff. But it's missing the additional portion Hold on. I think it's specifically section 18. 18 part 1, where it specifically states citizens of San Andreas have the right to not be forced to incriminate themselves in criminal action. Defendants can't be compelled to testify themselves. I don't see that in the newly proposed one. I do see part B.
Yeah, it's a redundant line. That's why I took it out.
Wait, it's redundant?
Yeah, it's redundant. So when we founded the Constitution and founded the new state, quote unquote, we included Miranda versus Arizona in the case law and what it was derived from to include those rights. So that line is redundant, essentially. So, I mean, we would never like remove someone's right to be silenced and to not have to incriminate themselves. That's inherent, you know.
I mean, that does make sense. I guess my concern stems from the fact that, like, in the past, pretty much sort of up until now, everything has been pretty much very literal, very, if it's not written, it doesn't exist. And that concerns me a bit. I mean, obviously we're straying away from that.
We want to move away from that, yeah.
My fear, because obviously we can't take into account just the DOJ while it's under Brittany Angel, who has a good head on her shoulders. My fear is, if you are no longer the Chief Justice, do we run into someone without a brain who does dumb shit and says, well, it's not written.
Well, the reality is that I am essentially a puppet, and I've got the state's hands in my head pulling my strings left and right and up and down. So, you know, they're essentially, in a way, but yeah, what I'm saying is, like, anyone that sits in this position will have, you know, they'll be on guard.
There will be expectations.
Yes, there's guardrails and there's safeguards in place. And if I make mistakes, if I fuck up, you don't even have to ACR me. You could just directly call for a state review of my performance, and they'll do so. And that extends to anyone that's in this position, because this position is very heavily trusted, and it could be very easily abused by people in the future. I totally see your point.
Yeah,
which is why the state is involved so heavily.
For me, it stems from just the prior track record, which, you know, to some degree, I mean, you were there at the beginning, but obviously not there to see it through fully, as you had eventually left the DOJ. And with how things have been for quite some time, it's one of those, like, yo, dog, I got PTSD at this point.
I get that. I understand.
And then
I really do.
The other piece of legislation, well, there's a few pieces, but the other one is specific to martial stuff. Angel, is it safe to assume that the green portion is in addition to what was there prior and nothing else has changed?
Green is the only new thing, yeah.
Okay.
So, would you like me to explain what this is about?
Go ahead. If you want to come up, you're more than welcome to explain.
Sure. So this new clause that is being put in essentially will allow for there to be press releases and releases of information. You guys might have, have the understanding that there's a lot of things about the investigation that people complain to you that they don't know about. Like that's for public safety. Like, for example, the state of emergencies that go out, how there's no details that can be released. There's essentially this worry that there's handcuffs or there's expectations in place that could punish the marshals for releasing this information. So the whole point of this clause is to allow them to have press conferences and have public release of information, while also not opening them up to being FOIA'd for active investigations. So, like, say, for example, we'll use just a hypothetical here. Say that they were investigating a serial killer, and they wanted to release information about the patterns of the serial killer and the kind of people that they're targeting and some details about the specifics of the case so far. This would allow them to do so in a public manner while still protecting the investigation itself from being FOIA'd until it's concluded. And if you guys have a problem with that, it's totally fine, and you're well within your rights to contest it and audit it. There's no problems at all. But that's the intentions behind that.
Got it. Specific to the writing, and obviously we can get into more detail at the legislative meeting. Where it mentions stuff in like martial custody, if you will. I guess the vagueness of that is obviously I can look at that and go, that probably implies a marshal-specific investigation. However, because they're the ultimate law enforcement authority and deal with jurisdictional issues, if the LSPD were conducting an investigation, could they eventually claim it's in their custody, as there is now a jurisdictional conflict between the LSPD and the marshals, and then release information we don't want released?
That's a good question. That line specifically, as I interpret it, and my interpretation is the one that matters, is essentially that the marshals can release their files. Now, when it comes to like taking investigations from you guys and making them their own, I don't actually know strictly like how that procedure works, if they are doing that to a degree, or how that would happen. But if you have an issue with that, I would encourage you to audit the legislation that would enable them to do such a thing.
Got it. All right, will do.
But that clause essentially is supposed to mean their stuff. They shouldn't be releasing your stuff.
Understood.
So,
if you had any announcements, by the way, feel free to bring them up if you'd like.
any announcement? Well, no, I was just gonna tell people to take a look and see some of the new stuff. Because there's definitely things that could have been missed or overlooked. I'm only one person, so if there's any issues that you guys see in the new stuff, feel free to bring it up to us, and we can take a look and revisit back and put amendments through and make sure it's on the up and up.
Sounds good.
That's kind of all I wanted to talk about here, though. So
I do have one last question. So was the intent of the rewriting to also, is the Den Act itself being removed as it's introduced or brought up here?
Yes.
So it's not a separate piece?
Yeah, so every single piece that was in there is now being smushed down and removed. So you'll see there's, I think, the Den Act, I don't know about marriage legislation, but the statute of limitations, Den Act, mutual combat, stuff like that is just being cut out to kind of, we're still doing the overall compact and removal of stuff that's redundant and needs to be smushed down. So we want as few pieces of legislation as possible.
I fuck with that.
That's
big
kind
time.
of the ultimate goal. So I know, I know it might be concerning and or worrying sometimes to be like, well, that's getting cut and that's getting removed and that and the other. But the ultimate goal is to change as little as possible about the fundamentals of our day-to-day lives, while making it easier to navigate the paperwork and the backing for those aspects. Like, essentially, we don't want to materially change that much, or if anything at all, about what actually occurs in your day-to-day lives here. We just want to make it easier to understand how things work. So there are some changes in there, though. I want to be clear that there are some processes like civil asset forfeiture and appeals. They are getting reworks and redos, so please look at them to make sure you understand them. But for the most part, things are largely the same.
Sounds good. Thank you. I appreciate the clarification.
You're welcome to come to the legislative meeting too and talk about them.
As soon as you can go. All you, pal.
All right, sounds good. I just wanted you guys to know that if you guys are responding to calls in Sandy, to please be careful with Lost MC. Do not go to Sandy calls by yourselves. They are being extremely violent towards the PD, and Command and PCSO High Command are talking about how to deal with them in the future. So just be careful.
Understood.
Got a question.
What's up, D?
Given the announcement about how we was to up aggression towards the manor, given the way they've been acting, is it the same with the Lost? As I asked yesterday, I want to make sure we're being consistent.
So when I was on the only command on shift, well, besides Nikki, I approved that we deal with them like that, but at the same time, I want to make sure that BCSO has input in this decision, as the Lost literally habitate in Sandy, and their input is really needed. I myself am advocated to treat them as the same as the manor, especially since they're threatening to shoot officers just for being in Sandy. But again, I'm just waiting to hear from BCSO Command and High Command about it. So
I'll say something real quick regarding that. Right before the storm, I was with Ventura, and Reed was at the hospital. Ventura inquired about the aggression with police. Reed did mention a few things, but it was sort of secondhand account. So he did intend on speaking with Ventura to further clarify and hopefully, us figure out some common ground to ensure that there isn't that aggression, especially if it's entirely uncalled for. So I would say, keep your eyes peeled. Be looking over your shoulder. I wouldn't push unnecessary aggression off rip unless it's warranted, given whatever is happening in front of you. Especially considering, again, Ventura does intend on speaking with them. What's up, Opal?
I just wanted to say on the manor thing, probably doesn't change a whole lot, but they don't want to shoot LSPD. I spoke to them the other day, and they welcomed me at their block. They said, LSPD is safe. Our beef ain't with the LSPD. We're not going to do nothing to LSPD. So, still sucks for the BCSO, but we're probably, at least from what I've been told, by like their leader or whatever, they're not gonna shoot us for being in the south side. Probably still gotta figure out what's going on with the BCSO, but we're good, guys.
Got it. Okay.
No. Oh no.
What actually happened with the manor in order for the heightened aggression? Like I haven't been on.
I-
duty
That was
over
my
the weekend,
question,
so-
too.
I don't have context.
Don't
Opal?
want to discuss with civilians
Oh.
in the room. I know, but we probably
Yeah.
shouldn't discuss with civilians in the room.
Okay.
Probably should just hold on.
Just say you hate us, Opal.
There's
do,
an
I do.
announcement, King.
We do
that,
hate
with
you.
information. You can just check.
Oh,
that,
there is? Okay, my bad.
Does anyone have any other announcements that are not PD specific and cannot be told in front of civilians? Come on up.
It's vague as fuck. Doesn't say anything about how it started.
They were.
I live on Grove Street. Should I be worried?
No, you're LSPD. You're
yours,
fine.
Hello,
lovelies.
Oh, right. Okay.
Hello.
Pippa requests. If you are requesting a Pippa thing, please make sure that you are doing a contract with the person because we cannot release it unless we see there's a contract with their signatures. Unless you're subpoenaing it, then we also need to see the subpoena. All right?
That's valid.
Because if it's something like this, give me a second. Don't know if you can see it.
Yep.
Yeah.
That we're not going to release it to that because there's no
Wow.
proof. There's nothing on there. Like, and it will be against their rights. All right. I love you all, but that
Understood. Y'all have a requirement.
we have a requirement. But yeah, if you have any questions on that, just let us know, okay? But yeah, it's either a contract with the patient. If they're unconscious, if you can get in contact with their emergency contacts, a contract via them, or if you have to, a subpoena via the DOJ. Okay.
Understood.
Stated within the Pippa thing. All right.
Got it.
Copy.
Any questions?
Wait, someone asked at the show this?
Yeah, that's actually.
God damn, I have a competition this PD. God damn.
You have a competition.
God, that's
It's like,
impressive.
I can understand. Like I understand where it's coming from. So that part I do understand. It's just we can't release it
It's
unless
understandable.
We have that stuff, unless we have that proof.
You
I
are
bet
good.
I can cut it. I can just put I need report. Thank you.
Boss, you ain't gonna get it.
I was like, boss, you do that. I will then call you and go, ain't no way, bitch.
Deserved. Deserved. As you should. As you should, Perry. As you should.
Hey, boss, you don't even respond to DOAs, okay?
That's kind of.
Also, DOAs, you guys don't need to put in a Pippa request for. The dead have no rights. That's also another thing, okay?
Understood.
All right.
Appreciate you. Anyone else got an announcement that can be said in front of non-PD?
Real quick.
Come on up.
Hi, I'm Debbie. For those of you who don't know me, I'm Captain Jeb Jenkins' assistant. I just wanted to, real quick, I've heard a few things around town that people sort of are suspecting me of his disappearance. I've been trying to reach out to him. I haven't heard anything from him. I've called him. I've texted him. I haven't had any response. So I just wanted to put it out there. I didn't kill him. Also, I've heard that, like, there's maybe suspicion that I know how to hide a body. I don't.
Who you kill?
No.
I didn't kill. I didn't kill anyone.
Nobody talked about murder.
Has CID contacted you?
I no.
Jesus fucking.
The mayor did talk to me and was the one who accused me of killing him. So somebody did actually accuse me of killing him. So
Oh my god, you done this?
No,
I didn't do it.
guys,
I'm not-
she hasn't done anything wrong. I hope.
She does something.
I haven't. I promise.
I believe you. I think.
Thank you. I mean, thanks. I did save multiple police officers' lives once, so you know.
Yeah, she
That's
really
true.
loved. He really loved his assistant.
Yeah, he did. He
I-
did.
Yeah, they
tell me.
stuck
together.
No, he didn't.
One bed.
But
He
what?
Fuck rubs.
No.
Fuck rubs.
I'll add something real quick.
That's very interesting.
I'm no snitch, but Peach has motive. She wanted the wheelchair.
I want!
Oh.
Ain't no way! Ain't no way!
It's
She done
expensive.
this.
Those wheelchairs
What?
are
$10,000, yes.
Oh no, it's 12k after tax.
All right. I don't want to derail the meeting too much. If there are any additional announcements, please come up. If not, we will ask that all non-PD employees do step out because we are going to have to discuss things that are a bit more sensitive. So while I do
dog
apologize,
information.
if you are not specifically hired into the PD, you will need to step out.
A chief of justice too, yeah?
That is correct.
Yeah.
Thank you very much,
conflict and all
Angel.
that.
Thank you very much. Very good.
All right, tea time. Where's Opal?
Opa?
She was kicking people.
Okay, perfect. We'll just wait for her to come back in to elaborate on the manor stuff so that we can have some context.
I can do something real quick.
Yeah, go ahead.
Do we need shoots, King?
Yeah, but don't buy it from a terrorist. Although we might not have a choice.
Oh, Cuddle sells them too.
There we go. That'll be
So
perfect.
based on a conversation I had with one of the Lost members yesterday, they are probably gonna be engaging into a war with New Babylon. Let's be very mindful of the gunshot calls that might end up in New Babylon. I know those Babylonians, they kind of do whatever they want in there, but this might be an actual shootout between people, so let's just keep our eyes on that.
Right before Storm, that was happening by Senior Buns, by the way, and then the hospital.
There's a documented instance up in Sandy as well, so
Wow,
shouldn't be any questions as
unbelievable.
to whether we charge him with gang related or not.
That-
Do we know
that's
when
all
it's
I wanted
over?
to-
Like, why is it happening?
Oh, I know.
I was
I know
told.
this part. I know this part.
Okay, okay.
This is about the manor, yeah?
No, it's about
Oh,
Lost.
this is about the
and-
Lost. Oh, then I
and the-
don't know this part. Guys,
You just wanted to push me from the podium.
Opal, it was how adamant you were that you knew the part and he no longer had to assume.
Okay, so from what I've been told is New Babylonians did something to the Lost. They disrespected them in such a manner that they have to engage in this war. Lost knows that they will be undergunned, but at the same time, they told me that they have their pride, so they have to do this. But actually,
Undergunned how?
I do not know.
They're fighting against flintlock pistols, or what do you mean?
They were hitting people with wrenches and stuff when I saw them.
Oh,
Trying
fuck.
to.
They're
Yeah,
they're povos. In poverty.
That's all I had to say. So let's just be a little bit mindful if any shots pop off around New Babylon, because these guys
Understood.
might be fighting.
They have muskets.
Opal! Oh, manor time! It's your opportunity.
time.
You know it.
Yeah.
This is what you know. Opal, come on.
She did it. She knows this part. She's so smart and beautiful.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. There was a bunch of search warrants that were drawn up for the manor, and so like their shit got locked down, and I guess they came here to complain, and they were told that it was a BCSO deputy that had written them, and then they shot Sarah. Well, the information was given out by one of our own high command members, LSP high command member, with the permission of the deputy that wrote them.
Leave it. Okay. Okay. Yep.
Good.
I'm gonna leave it at that. I'm not gonna name a name. But yeah, I mean the permission was given by the deputy that wrote the search warrant, so that should be all good. They then shot Sarah at the gas station, and I had to go there like a little bit later to unlock a couple of vehicles I'd locked, like unrelated to that. And I called them. They were like, "Well, our beef ain't with the LSPD. You guys are good." And they, you know, I mean, I felt like we were about to have a barbecue. Oh, we chill. Yeah, we got the Southside House,
good.
dog.
We should still be supporting BCSO and what they're doing.
No, of course.
No, yeah,
I'm just saying we're probably not gonna get rolled up on at the gas station and shot over this. But also, I looked through the reports. The raids have been conducted, so the properties and vehicles should be unlocked. So I don't know if they'll still be aggressive.
They probably forgot already.
Well,
Did they find
yeah,
anything?
they are British.
Hey!
Miller?
What the
fuck? Wow, Opal!
You do not want me to start talking about Germany. You don't.
Yeah, please talk about Germany.
Oh my god!
I'm about to snitch on Opal in the song
You've
she was
already
playing the
lost.
other
You've
day.
already lost.
Do you have to go to the
Dude,
legislative thing
there's nothing wrong
at
with
1?
the songs I was playing.
Yes, I do.
Wait, what song was she playing?
Männer sind Schweine.
Oh,
Wait,
that's
which one's
not
that?
It's not that bad.
What do you mean it's not that bad? Doesn't it translate to men are pigs?
Yeah.
Hello?
Oh, come on.
Come on, Opal.
Listen, guys, music is art. It's a way people express themselves.
You
Like
don't
what?
understand. You don't understand. I had a jam going on with Rhodes, so we were listening to the same songs, and he pissed me off, so I just kept playing songs to like tell him to fuck him. You know?
Okay. If
Really?
I wrote a song saying all women are
Wait. King, you've already lost. You've already lost, but give up. Give up.
Yo, literally had the over the lips right now.
What'd you say?
all let's say, and I don't think this before I say this, okay? What if in a hypothetical world that doesn't exist because this would never happen, I wrote a song that said all women are bad?
Okay,
oh, well, yeah, you could have had some.
You
could have said.
I'm not gonna. I'm gonna be very careful. But I don't agree with that statement.
You'd be a man saying that about women. The song is performed by a man, written by a man, about men.
Oh no.
It's self-awareness.
Oh, you
It's
got
self-awareness.
Well, is the guy who wrote it gay?
I don't think so.
Well, because if he's gay, then it's a sentiment of I
Oh,
hate
look
all these
this
men
up.
that I'm dating. You know?
Okay, I take what I said back then. Thank you so much for clarifying, Opal. All women are fantastic. Love you guys. Thank you.
Yay! All women are beautiful and all men are mediocre at best. Thank you.
What the fuck? That's toxic as fuck.
What about the pathetic
be
one?
reminded,
she's right.
she only
She's
likes
right.
pathetic
That's
men.
not right.
Is that
You
everything?
can-
They're beautiful.
Does anyone have any other announcements?
Oh.
I live on Grove Street.
But actually, could everyone like come closer? I'm getting off the microphone. I need everyone to come
Gets
closer. We
close.
need to get personal.
I ain't gonna come.
Do not
What?
come.
What?
Everyone get closer, please.
I say
Y'all
here.
I've arrived.
Y'all are come
For
here,
real.
okay?
I wanted to get in a bit of a school circle. I know it's difficult with desks and stuff, but I think, can we, and I like you guys' input here, do we all agree that we have an issue collectively of sometimes not responding to calls that we should be responding to?
Yeah, 1,000%.
Yeah.
Yes.
1,000,000%.
Okay.
That's funny. Look what happened to Jeb.
That's live.
Yep.
And
Yeah,
Never
you
okay.
responded,
Hey,
and now,
I
you know,
experienced
he's
it too.
missing.
It's all right. I experienced it too. And I know for a fact, I'm sure everybody here has been in a situation where they've asked for backup and didn't get it. Yes?
Yep.
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
Shift 1 and some shift 3 and some shift 2, I think, are here as well. Hello, Oxby. I need you guys.
Jeb went missing
I
in
need
shift
us
two.
to. What?
What?
What'd you say?
Jeb went missing. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Jeb did go missing. Yes, he's missing, and we miss him very much, and we're hoping to find him.
No
CID,
finding
I
him
was
at home,
expecting
by
you
the
guys
way.
to find him by now, but you haven't done that yet. So I'll be asking Richard about that tomorrow morning.
Maybe he doesn't want to be found.
That's possible. Either way, I need shift one. Well, all shifts really need to do this, but I need everybody here now to assist with this because I cannot fix this problem. Nobody in command can fix this problem on their own. Everyone has to make a collective effort. We really, really need to make sure that we're responding to 911s and backup requests, including 77s and 78s, 13 alphas, 13 bravos, 14 bravos, and 14 alphas. They are the most important calls that we get. I know that there are, hostage situations, true. Hostage situations, very important. But a 911 always trumps an S boost or a race or, some remedial thing, maybe a small time robbery or whatever. And we need to get used to breaking off calls to attend things that are far more important than what we're dealing with at the time. Now, if you guys see a 911 come in and you're not, and you're seeing people not responding to it, I expect everyone here to hold everyone else accountable for not doing that. Any disagreements with that?
Nope.
Fuck, that's crazy.
And that doesn't mean
I'll do that.
nobody. Well, exactly. I know you will, but it doesn't matter what rank you guys are. Even if you're in the room as a PPO right now or a cadet, if you think people are not responding to calls when they should be, I want you to be vocal about it, because we're not going to fix the issue if we just keep on doing nothing. I don't want to stand at the front of the podium and shout at you guys and be a dickhead. I'm going to have an aneurysm if I keep having to shout at people. But I think it's better just to talk to you guys and just trying to encourage you guys to actually, everyone has to work together on this. We really have to change this. I don't know how we've lost our way with this over time, but it's really bad at the moment, and we have to work on it. So I'd appreciate it. You guys would be doing a big thing for the police department and for yourselves if everybody worked on this. So please, as a collective, let's be better. We got to be better. And this is going to all ranks, everybody. It doesn't matter what rank you are. Everybody's failed on this at some point. All right.
It happens a lot with S boost. I've noticed. So I've had to actually go on the channel and ask people to break off.
It happens with every call.
Sometimes they might not see it happening, which is fine. I mean, when I'm driving a car, I'm not looking at 3-on-1s. If you have to go on the channel and say, break, we got a serious situation, yeah, that's fine. Shouldn't be any throwback to that at all. Is it, 9-1s are very serious. Big shooting at Senor Burns, or I don't know, someone being taken hostage, the mayor being taken hostage. That's happened a lot recently. Cops being taken hostage, yada, yada, yada. We have to do that. It's going to be good for our public image and just good for us in general if we focus on that, rather than looking like a bunch of, and I'm going to say it, guys, we look like a bunch of fucking pink chasers.
No, we need to call it more. Because they look like PCSO guys, let's be honest.
Boss,
like
you're going to lose access to the projector!
Stop insulting people! That's not why we're here.
Is that piece of shit car up on the...
Oh my god!
The best car. We don't need to go into the
beautiful.
Don't be like this guy. Don't be like this guy.
Guys,
let's not worry about it.
Reel it in for just a moment. King is right. The priority should most certainly be the 911 calls that are coming in regarding stuff. 13, 14 Alpha Bravos as well. Realistically, the moment it doesn't even matter that I'm chief of police. If I'm around and not in a meeting, if there's a 13 or 14 Alpha or Bravo, I'm responding to it immediately. And that should be consistent amongst everyone. I mean, obviously communicate that you are responding, so we aren't sending the entire force to a Bravo and breaking off a call that we still can concurrently respond to. But please make your best effort to sort those things out.
I want you guys to feel like you can.
The Jeb thing, there was an officer that called out and said that they were responding, but never did.
Yeah, we don't. Situation? Yeah, we don't know who. I know Lucas had called out asking someone to. I wasn't on radio. From what I was told, I believe someone had called out that they were going to, but no one actually did. Was the issue, but no one recalls who who had said
People don't realize that Bravos can actually turn into Alphas.
Yeah.
It has happened in the past, and it can absolutely happen. So it's important that even though EMS is going, we have at least one marked unit go to the Bravo. Delegate, listen to the radio, make sure somebody's going, or you yourself go, and then reattach to whatever the hell it is you're doing.
This goes with the silent attaches and silent detaches too. That's another thing that's been happening.
Yeah. I mean, here's the thing, I mean, there was multiple 911 calls that day for Jeb. Everyone just proactively kind of ignored it and stuff. And, and look what happened, Jeb hasn't been seen for 9 days now. 9 days. Who's next, really?
Randy, follow me. Excuse me.
Who's gonna
First,
ignore
Miller.
somebody
Miller
now and they're not gonna show
Esmeralda,
up
let
on
me
duty
squeeze past.
again?
Thank you.
Just an example, really.
Fuck. Okay, well, that's all I wanted to talk about.
Hi.
Hello.
So, obviously, Miller TLDR'd me like that he's working it like on like, and you gave the okay. If I were to want to help him
yet.
with stuff like this, or what do you mean not yet? You were telling me
So-
as if it was.
No, so Rhodes has okayed me looking into it, but it's not an official investigation yet.
The hope is to get him on the marshal's investigation, so he's not starting over and lacking
It's pending an
information.
answer.
Okay, that's not.
If their answer is no, then realistically, I have no problems with you two pretty much restarting the LSPD investigation. I don't want there to be two concurrent investigations. Because I think you guys are inevitably going to end up at a crossroads. And, okay, Miller, by the way, you are not allowed to sign this, any kind of appeal or whatever for the martial legislation that was brought up. Because the martial legislation that was brought up, the entire purpose is worded as to release to the public. And I don't know if you know, I know you do actually, if your signature was on that to appeal that amendment or whatever, that would not look good for you know who.
Wait.
What?
Okay.
When did you sign something?
Okay. No, I haven't signed anything.
No, he hasn't, but I'm
you're
telling
on about
him
what
not
Fred
to.
Signed, right?
Yes. Well, one of them you can sign without issue, which is the lack
I'm
of...
gonna sign either of them, but yeah.
Okay, well, okay, don't. But again, the reason is I think it would be problematic for you to sign that, stating that the marshals cannot be transparent. Obviously, that's how it's worded. Obviously, it's a little too vague in my opinion, but you cannot do that because if they find out, it's going to look bad on you. You can't tell someone, my condolences.
Yeah.
And then turn around and say, I prevented legislation that prevented the reveal of pertinent public-related information, you know? They would just not... They would not look good.
No, it looks really bad.
Okay, so Brandy, what is the official question
Well, it
thing?
was just because if I wanted to help him, I wanted to see what was going on because they have like a gold team going on where it's basically just the field team if they need units to search like all the power grids. So like the 311 gold team or whatever, and then we'll meet and then that. I just didn't know because Miller was telling me as if it was already happening. Like that's at least what I understood from what he told me. 'cause he
that
didn't tell me
team,
that it wasn't.
is it specific to people directly involved in? Have you ever responded to them?
Yes.
Okay,
yes, 'cause,
then
like, Sparks
feel
invited
free.
me or whatever.
Then
Okay,
feel
I
free
just
to
didn't-
assist with
okay.
that.
Okay.
Yeah, there's no issue.
Yeah, Miller, I'm gonna be honest. You did not give off that vibe. That
Yeah.
Hello.
It's in the works.
Hey.
What's up?
How's it going?
I'm okay. How are you?
No.
Good. Do you have a minute?
You told me for the first time.
Sure. Come into my private corner outside in the rain.
It was. Yeah, I'm doing it.
The rain.
Yes.
It's sunny as fuck. I'm about to take my pants off.
Don't take your pants off, Opal.
I'm gonna take my pants off.
Okay, guys, I need this corner.
Alright, bye.
All right.
You can't say that after telling me not to take my pants off. That's gonna suck.
Well, that's a you problem.
Okay. I just wanted to.
I just saw a
get
vehicle
the-
flip. They took the jump. It was red, and it did a bunch of flips, right? Okay. I'm sure they're fine. Go on.
I just wanted to see what's going on. Are you wanting to stay as chief? Because I remember you used to say not without press. I was trying to figure out if we have to fear something here soon.
No. I don't anticipate any anything crazy happening here in the near future. At least for now. And if that were to change, I'd make sure to express that interest to Denzel with sufficient, amount of time for there to be some process in place to replace me. Denzel is very for the people and understanding that random people shouldn't be picking the chief of police. So the likelihood that it would end up in a vote of sorts would be fairly high. If it came to that.
Well,
Oh,
yeah,
it's
still,
sunny
but
as fuck now.
even if it's yeah, that's what I'm saying. even if it's like someone from the department, there's always inevitably gonna be a shakeup, right? So I just trying to make. I'm trying to secure my position here, man.
Girl, how you gonna approach me one day? You better demote me or fire me while you still can. To I'm trying to secure my position.
Well, you know, I'm honest.
Okay. Opal, I don't think we have anything to necessarily worry about right now. And before I'm out of this position, I'm going to ensure that there are, the legislation is looked at regarding the mayor for the long-term, security of the PD as a whole. So, you guys have me minimum until then.
But
I don't know how long that'll be. Listen, I'm always going to be here unless I get the hag charge. But then I'll get it expunged after 30 days. So who knows? Actually, do you want to know the funny thing?
Mm-hmm.
Pred was, again, he wasn't rehired. His keys were returned right before the storm. I want to say like 11:58, 11:59. The new charges went into effect at 12:18 that same day. So I think I'm looking at a felony.
Yeah,
I don't know.
That's 50, but that also means you wouldn't be able to hold a government position. But actually, that went
First
into
time.
effect after too.
Well,
Technically,
what was that?
that like the, because now it's like codified or whatever that people with felonies can't hold like public office or like government positions.
Correct.
That went into effect after as well. Technically, I mean, they'd still probably be able to go through with the ACR.
No, they'd be able to follow through with the ACR, but you know what I'd be able to do if it was still a felony?
First time felony.
Exactly. And
Yeah.
I think, doesn't that get removed same day?
Yep. Oh, well, Gucci then.
They'll have a small period of time to impeach me. Sorry, I shouldn't laugh. I shouldn't laugh.
That's not funny. I don't know why you're laughing. It's not funny.
Yeah, by the way, just as a heads up, apparently what happened to you happened to Odette in Shift 3
Oh.
today or last night.
But
Um,
she should even have less information than me. Why the fuck are they talking to her?
Well, she was present for the meeting in which I mentioned my plan with Fred. So that's
Wait, when was that?
it would have been the 14th was the meeting.
Oh, like an MRPD meeting?
It was around, actually it was at the FIB building in one of the offices, the rental offices.
Oh, I
It was
wasn't
the
there
round
for
table
that.
salt room, if you will, for Shift 3.
Yeah, I was. Oh, yeah, I definitely wasn't. I heard about it though. I heard it was pretty boring once Daisy left.
What do you mean once Daisy left? Everyone was there for the whole thing.
Oh, well, I heard that most of the spicy shit was with Daisy
Davenport
about Daisy, and then
and Daisy,
when Daisy
yeah.
was gone, it was just kind of boring. Like,
Well-
once that problem was worked through.
People need to understand that not everything's going to be so cookie cutter. But yeah, at the end of it, I pretty much said my plan regarding Pred, and that was then communicated to the marshals, and
Yeah, I wasn't there for that.
yeah.
Well,
None of it really matters. But yeah, she specifically requested an attorney, and they flat out said no.
see? I actually spoke to my attorney about this, and he was like, what? I was like, yeah. I was like, oh.
It's a problem, especially again with the lack of Garrity warning. Because while that may not be used against you right now, they got that fucking recording, and I think they're gonna rely on them indicating at the start that it's voluntary, which implies that you can leave at any time.
Right, but on my recording, I'm pretty sure it was on recording when he said that if I left right now, that they would just that they would write a red on me. And also, like, I'm not saying it was a direct threat, but I asked if I could like FOIA the report with the recording of my questioning, and he said I could. So I asked for the report numbers. He said get with Blunt on that, but Opal, I don't know if that's the path you want to go down. There's something along those lines. So, it wasn't a direct threat, but it was
I'm
definitely a
really
threat.
bothered by the amount of veiled threats that I have heard occurring over the past few weeks. Like, it's
Yeah.
genuinely concerning, and every one of them is stemmed from a marshal. But,
Yeah.
we will.
I'm back in the Omega, by the way. I think I got my Omega takes back for the faceless stuff.
Well, I'm happy for you.
Oh, I did.
Wait, so you're back to being a contact?
I'm back to being a contact.
Oh my God, so it's
I just
accurate
gotta
again.
Catch up on it. Yeah.
All right, I have to go to the legislative meeting. So if there's anything else we need to talk about, I will have to talk to you later.
I don't think I had anything else.
Okay.
Oh, I'm actually doing a solo room with Ruby. That's what I wanted to say.
Oh,
as well.
perfect.
Yeah.
I can't wait for the amount of backhanded statements Ruby says.
Oh, I'm glad that you're aware that your commander does that.
There was previously a meeting in the dispatch room. It was me, Pred, Ruby, Oxby, and someone else, and something was brought up, and it was like, it was kind of a dig towards Ruby, if I recall correctly, and Ruby's response was, well, and then insert something entirely unfucking related, but she's complaining about, and I was like, Ruby, absolutely not. We're not like straw man arguing here. Okay, you're not going to bring up something entirely irrelevant. Let's address what's in front of us. Like, we're not going to sit here and attribute things to stuff entirely unrelated to this. And I haven't seen it happen since, but I mean, you were obviously there when her and Maxwell.
Yeah, that was tough. That was tough for Maxwell.
Yeah.
I texted her after I said, "You're gonna let your subordinate talk to you like that?"
I ain't gonna lie, it's real nice having Maxwell in the position she's in, because
Yeah.
it's no longer an issue of her being beneath.
Yeah,
I
well,
fuck
I'm
with
just
it.
saying, you know, if you're looking for anyone to fill her old spot, I might know a guy.
You might know a guy?
I might know a guy.
All right, which pig are you talking about?
Which pig am I talking about? Oh, I don't know. I might know someone that, you know, is really good at their day-to-day conduction of business on the streets with the paperwork and court. Undefeated, by the way. Just might know someone. Might know
Okay.
someone.
Are you officially shift one on paper?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I've always been shift. Well, actually, I got hired into shift 2, but then I saw the light.
Oh, yeah. Bless your heart. You did your big one there.
I did.
Okay, but when you saw the light, was it because you didn't have to deal with Ruby?
Well, no, actually, it was because I got approached by Cassidy when him and Bones first started BCSO, and they had like all these visions for me, and they were like, "We want you to help build Shift 1. I know you're Shift 2, but we want you to help build Shift 1, and we want you like in a command position helping build the department." And then I got blue balls for my entire time there and remained a deputy, while people that were hired way after me were given command that was promised to me before BCSO even existed. So I got really, really
They
mad. and
held the
eventually I just
carrot in
left.
front of you the whole time? Oh, that's
Yeah,
fucked.
that's part of the reason why I transferred, because they said they'd make me command and I'd get to help build the
Oh,
shift.
well, okay.
And, you know?
That's a little easier to digest than I transferred for a rank, you know? Because
Oh, I
that's the
wouldn't
promise
transfer
of
for
building a
rank.
department. Yeah, I
No,
know.
yeah, I wanted to help build the shift, and obviously Cassidy was my boy at the time.
Where he been? Where your boy at?
I think he's just tired of like everything. You know, he used to put in a lot of hours, and then.
Fair enough. Burnout is a real thing. All right, I'm gonna go head to that legislative meeting that I'm now late for.
Yep.
Have a good one, Opal. Okay, I'm thinking. Hi, Betty. Bye, Betty.
I'm going to the legislation meeting, but I don't know which courthouse it's at.
I'm also going.
Oh, where the fuck is it? Oh, Carl.
Oh, a lot of marshals. Can it be parked over here? No. think my gauntlet's still parked there. Now them parking cars there is wild.
What floor is it, Rhodes?
I don't actually know. I'm going to floor 2 with the large room.
I'm going to the top floor.
Oh, he's only gonna be. Fuck. We're not gonna be able to attend. Thing is, if I don't catch him now, he's gonna be gone for 3 weeks. Doop, doop, doo. Puddles.
For him. Now he's got a firefight, got cool the bad. You know that I love you.
Rhodes.
Hello?
She's singing.
If I get reached out to by you know who, for the mission or whatever test is coming, before I get an answer, what do I do?
I mean, if you can hold off until said answer, I would. If not, I would reach out to individuals involved and let them. I can't stand here right now.
Yes.
If you get reached out to, I would just to show you're operating in good faith, I'd reach out to Riker or whoever is involved if they are around to explain.
should I be like, I've been reached out and I am doing it, or should I? Because what happens if they turn around and tell me not to touch it?
Well, then again, I think we're going to defer back to our own investigation for now.
So I tell them that I will be touching it.
The thing is, if you do that, it's obviously not going to be perceived well by the others involved. So, is there a perfect answer? No. Listen, make whatever call you think is right. I trust you. If you think there's a means of waiting and making sure that the appropriate people who are involved are aware, do it. If not, do what you need to.
Okay. Because I don't think me going to Brian, or any of them for that matter, would be... Hey, I'll just let Masters know. That's way to do it. I'm informing a marshal.
Is he involved in it?
I don't
units
know.
that are assisting with the raid, please meet inside the MRPD
Oh,
meeting
gosh,
room,
I can't
please.
be here.
We're meeting now.
Okay.
I'm raiding a couple vehicles.
Miller, I
and
trust
then-
you. I trust you.
Okay.
Make whatever call you think is right.
Thank you.
All right, records room, Oxby.
Yep. How you doing, Rhodes?
I'm doing okay. How are you?
Doing pretty good.
All right, right through here. I have some news.
That's good. All right.
It's been a meeting day today for the past 4.5 hours.
Sorry to hear that.
No, you're good. You're good. And I was obviously, your time is limited, so I want to make sure that this is addressed. So, I know a lot of concerns. I know technically, I think yesterday was the 72-hour period regarding PNT. Peach is going to have little involvement in PNT moving forward. She's no longer going to be the overarching PNT lead. We are pretty much just going to be deferring to the respective PNT leads for each shift. So that being Fisher for 3, Aaron for 1, and Frodo for 2. Peach will still be available in the event where any of those individuals need insight into anything. Additionally, keys sorry, let me rephrase. Keys are only going to be issued to High Command and PNT leads. And when I say keys, I mean keys that you can have to issue others keys. And before they're issued to anyone specific, everyone's going to have to acknowledge the expectations of what is required before anyone is hired. That way, there's no issue of individuals being hired that shouldn't have been or anything to that extent. That will be communicated in our High Command channel of communication. That is also going to be applying to the BCSO.
Cool.
But yeah, pretty much Peach is going to have very little involvement. I was a little concerned originally reaching out to her because even though she expressed interest in stepping back, I didn't know if she wanted to step away entirely. And she was perfectly fine with it. She wants to instead refocus on addressing issues out on the field and not so much just all of the heavy paperwork and just sort of the process of PNT.
Which is a fuck ton of paperwork.
Yeah, 100%. And you need people in those positions who are like, you can't be forced to do that and enjoy your job. Straight up, I will never be someone who is in PNT because my mental capacity will wear very fucking thin if I had to only deal with training over and over. But there are people who thrive in that environment. It's just not me. And that's perfectly understandable. She did have concerns regarding Frodo and how he's not done with PNT, but obviously he had some concerns. Some of those concerns were expressed to me in that same conversation I had with Peach a while ago regarding not necessarily having the backing of command. And so I ultimately think that the process realistically should be command or high command speaking with the shift leads to discuss, the requirements and to discuss, whether it be numbers or general bandwidth, as in, how many people we have to even train these individuals, how many can we reasonably take on, to figure out a general consensus as to how many we're taking on during times where we are recruiting people. And funnily enough, I was explaining to Erin yesterday, the day before, the whole, people issuing keys is likely going to change here in the near future. And I mentioned that Peach is likely going to be stepping back from PNT. And one of the things she brought up was that the people that she had onboarded and requested me to issue keys to, she was only given like less than 24 hours notice that they were being onboarded that day, which definitely is problematic. And I'd rather that stuff be discussed. Well, not discussed, but like decided by the people who are actually going to be doing it, and not just everyone being instructed to do those specific things on a whim, because that's problematic.
Agree. I think it helps to flow things along. I do want to throw something out there. It's not a command thing with Shift 2. I know that keeps getting brought up. It's also not High Command that's pushing any kind of narrative. High Command are the ones that are getting the feedback from everybody, because Command is getting the feedback from FTOs and FTIs. So it's the entirety, save for 1 or 2 FTOs on Shift 2 that are frustrated. It's not really Command wanting anything necessarily. I know that keeps getting perpetuated. That isn't what's happening, and I'm addressing that with Frodo. And Frodo has he's calling me his mentor, because I'm sitting there trying to tell him, okay, he's pissed off the entirety of Shift 2. It's not just Command, because people feel like they're not being heard, and he's the shift lead, so they're like, what the fuck are you doing?
Not being heard in what capacity?
Where they're saying, okay, everyone has agreed unanimously this person should be hired, and then they're not hired. So they're blaming Frodo as the scapegoat for it, which isn't fair to him. But that is kind of the reason why that's happening. It's not a Command or High Command thing at Frodo. It's P&T Shift 2.
Give me 1 second. What's up, Maxwell?
Yeah. Hey, Rhodes, I just wanted to let you know that Bill texted me on Friday or Saturday and said that he talked to the Littlemans about working front desk at the PD.
I told the Littlemans no, and I told
Okay, thank you.
Bill no.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Thank
No
you
problem.
For
Just heads up, I am speaking with Oxby in the records room.
Okay, yeah. We briefly spoke about PNC,
Okay.
and I told him there'll be changes, and so this problem's alleviated, but without going into detail, and that we'll move forward. And see what
Did I already
happens,
mention to you I had the conversation with Peach, and she is stepping back from PNT pretty much as a whole? Okay, perfect.
Yeah. But that being said, I'm gonna be honest. Remember what I said about the puppeting stuff, Chief? It's not gonna happen under my watch. Okay.
Good.
All right. Talk to you later.
Bye.
Bye.
All right. Sorry about that. Continue.
Good. Oh yeah, no, it's just I don't want there to be something as far as like Shift 2 Command hates Shift 2 High Command hates. No, that's not what's happening. And Frodo has been doing a very good job and has been getting recognized by Shift 2. It's going the opposite direction. That is feedback that happened when originally when we had talked about it a while ago. There was a bunch of people that were interviewed that were really well liked, and Frodo was like, "This is what we're doing. This is how many we're hiring, etc." And it felt like the FTOs and FTIs were there as passengers, and it has made certain FTOs, FTIs step back entirely from it. I can drop names, but literally look at the roster. Apart from, and even then, even Polo has gotten sideways. Apart from Frodo and Bubba, it's literally pretty much every other FTO and FTI has felt some kind of way about how things have been going. So it's not Command specific.
So I will say, like, are these just decisions being made in the moment, or is he coming back and saying? Because like a lot of what
coming back and saying.
Okay, so a lot of what was previously done, obviously it was sort of ran through with Peach. I obviously can't really attest to whether or not Peach is making those or was making those direct decisions, but my hope is that with Peach no longer being involved in said process, aside from, if people have questions for Peach, feel free to ask. There's no issue there. But like realistically, it should be discussed amongst the people in the room, or the FTOs and FTIs that are going to be training these individuals. At the end of the day, when it comes to recruitment, obviously taking on any one specific person is a risk, right? Like everyone is human. We have no idea whether or not these individuals have some pretty drastic faults that are not good. and that are just not ideal for, being a police officer. But we only know once we take these people on is the reality.
It's a gamble every time.
Exactly. There's no surefire way. In fact, you start looking at people in the past, say Snow, who's currently a marshal, right? He applied to PD. He didn't get accepted. He joined a gang, ended up getting convicted of whatever, got his record expunged, and is now a marshal. So like the possibility certainly exists that, we take people on who have some not so ideal things that could potentially happen, or illegal things, and that they would do it, but like you just don't know. He fucking shot me, actually. Snow shot me. When he got arrested, he shot me. And the craziest part was I got a warning from him 20 minutes prior saying, "Hey, I heard you're chasing this car. This isn't a threat, but I would pull off of the pursuit if I were you." As a heads up. And coincidentally, he was just in the vehicle that had gotten spiked or pit or whatever. I was the closest car he shot towards me. But again, now a marshal. So like,
I think my only concern is I don't because I talked with Opal about how it came across when we had the conversation with Maxwell. It wasn't. I'm not trying to make things because I really do view my role not as shift based. I'm trying to do what's best for the PD. This is the feedback I'm getting. I'm trying to be a mouthpiece for people that aren't feeling heard. These are things that I am not super attached to be frank. And that's where I even responded with, I don't think it was clear. And I'm actually a little bit bummed, to be honest, that Peach is taking a step back, but I understand why. I actually think she should have been head of shift 1, shift 2, and shift 3, and then appointed someone and then just coordinated those 3 and said, here's my vision, had leadership of all of those things. I think that was a good opportunity for her. That was more so my point, not why the fuck are you picking on shift 2? Shift 3 is allowed to do this. What aboutism? That's not what I was saying. I think I did a very poor job of communicating that. That's never my goal. It's just what's best for PD. And that was really my intent, not even what's best for a shift. At the end of the day, I'm trying to, help you, Maxwell, everybody, just move the PD forward. So
yeah, that's understandable. I don't have any sort of complaints or issues. I mean, I obviously still need to speak with Frodo, Aaron, and Fisher.
Sure.
Because again, with Peach no longer being sort of like single point of contact, I previously having been sort of Fisher's contact, but her covering like 1 and 2, there will be specific things that are going to have to be explained to them. But realistically, it shouldn't be a problem as like it's not anything major. However, there definitely is going to be an expectation that like people sort of show face before being hired, even if they were previously cops. I was informed about, I think Shields. I think Peach told me he was on like LOA or something for like
he was in
9
the ICU
months
for 9 months. He wasn't termed. I don't believe not formally.
So the issue with that is a lot changes in 9 months. And the reason of ensuring that these individuals are around is to ensure that they are aware and accustomed to the norms. So ride-alongs perfectly fine, but giving them time to sort of acclimate to the current environment, I think is incredibly important, because if we don't, I think we are shooting them in the foot and potentially setting them up for failure. Because while at the end of the day, much like you said, it's a gamble with everyone, we know these people are capable. They've done it in the past, but again, it's almost no different than Snow, who used to be a phenomenal by-the-book cop, turning crim over the course of whatever period of time. I don't want us to fall into that trap of, well, they were good, and they're around now, let's hire them immediately. Because I think it sets a dangerous precedence of like not realizing or acknowledging that like people can change over such long periods of time.
No, I agree. And if anything, I'll take ownership for that. I was the one that did hire him. I did give orders for him to be doubled up for his first few shifts to get back in the swing of things. But I mean, regardless, I'll take ownership of that. I that should have been brought to PNT and then asked what do we want to do with him, because I think that's super reasonable. And I didn't know that anyone felt any kind of way about that. At the same time, that's good feedback, and I wouldn't have done that in hindsight, so that's a mistake on my part.
Well, like I said, that's going to be stuff that I am going to be communicating to just high command in general amongst both departments, because that does need to be a bare minimum expectation. However, because it hasn't explicitly been said, obviously there's been room for misunderstanding and all of this, and therefore it's why I want to ensure very specifically anyone who has access to issue keys is aware of the expectations. That way there's no one who sort of feigns ignorance in any of those situations. Whatever has been done in the past is the past. We're not going to harp over it. There's no point. My hope is that with people no longer having I'm not going to say the bottleneck of Peach. My hope is that things become more sort of expedited, and decision making being able to be made on the spot. Asterisk. Again, depending on whether or not these individuals have been around and whatnot. There's no other way to say that. We shouldn't be taking on someone who we can't even verify, or who's made very little attempt to make themselves known or do anything,
Yeah, I agree with that. Makes sense.
So that's where I am on the PNT stuff. I did intend on making an announcement, but when I tell you I have caught Peach twice, one time was maybe like 30 minutes before she had 30 minutes before she had to leave because she had something planned. I think it was the same day that Maxwell had something planned. And then one of the follow-up days, everything's just fucking crazy. But I got that sorted today, thankfully. I'm glad we're on the same page. There's no hard feelings with Peach, which is good. And I'm glad that she can redirect her focus to something that she wants to do because don't forget, Peach never wanted the PNT position. It was sort of thrown on her by Pred. So, do you have any questions for me as of right now?
Yes. Heavy rifles, where are they on?
No response.
That's
So,
okay.
to stay as they are until otherwise directed.
I'll just, because I'm going to make the announcement before I go on LOA probably.
Okay.
Maybe I'll do it from, the plane or whatever. But regardless, I'll end up throwing something up saying, hey, here's the procedures, here's the stuff for all the class 2s. You can get this here, this here, this here, and then heavy rifle, we'll just keep it command plus.
Got it. A few things. It's actually not your shift, but I'll mention it to you anyways in case there's overlap. Doc Masters did call me earlier and express interest in transferring from the Marshals to the LSPD. I told him I have no issue. He would be shift 1, which again, not your shift, but I don't know how much overlap he has in 2.
Previously a good amount.
Yeah, so I have no issues with Doc. I told him he has my sort of seal of approval. I take no issue with him whatsoever. I understand the reason he got fired, and it was very much so seemingly a misunderstanding and how things were communicated regarding that whole process. What the?
Leon.
Now, how do we get a 22 but that many shots be fired?
Yeah, like 22. I think he's saying literally 22 shots. I think it's a double entendre,
That's a possibility.
Yeah.
What else did I have? Oh, Bean. You're not going to be around, so it's irrelevant. You probably heard, but he's wearing a pink helmet because Bean almost struck Angel at damn near 150 miles an hour. She called 911 saying I almost got slammed into by a buffalo, no lights and sirens. Got a call back from Bean that said next time wear a helmet. So for the remainder of his shift, he's wearing a helmet of Angel's choice, which is the pink one.
Outstanding.
Okay, so I have addressed the Bean stuff. I have addressed the Peach stuff. There's still a few things that I need to do that I can't do on my own, but I've reached out regarding, which is the heavy rifle. Getting a list of the last time people have been signed on duty so that we can clean up the roster a bit. I'm also getting a list of the rank that everyone is currently set to. That way we can limit the amount of people and give to the appropriate people access to issue keys. So that's where I stand with everything. I know as of recent, things have kind of been sort of at a standstill, especially considering the Marshall stuff. Not a big fan of what the Marshals are doing personally. But, I mean, all we can do is attempt to legislatively audit to try to change or restrict whatever powers they currently have and go from there. But from my understanding, Carmine does intend on doing that.
There is something that came up in that regard last
What's
night. I was held at gunpoint in the cells and forced to take Quaaludes, which I then went and got my stomach pumped for. But the guy that seemed to be able to unlock the cell door repeatedly stole Knick-Knack's gun and held me at gunpoint, and then forced me to send him up for life in prison.
Who was it?
Ricky Quaalude.
I don't even know who that is.
Yeah, somehow we arrived on scene, and sir, I don't listen. You're gonna think I took the Quaaludes on scene. I didn't.
Did they ask for one charge of everything on their record?
They did. They pulled a sniper rifle out of their ass in court and held up the judge at gunpoint and forced them to put one charge of everything on their record. Then we were putting out a warrant for terrorism. He pled guilty to it and said to send him up immediately. I know it's a hag charge and he shouldn't have been done so, but I was literally at gunpoint. So we did. Yeah.
I mean, realistically,
yeah.
If they asked and the likelihood of them complaining is very slim, does it really matter?
No, but I want you to be aware in case the marshals try and do what seems to be marshal things in my perspective right now, which is literally anything. They just go after us. So,
got it.
I made every good faith attempt and effort possible, but at the end of the day, I don't know that they give a fuck.
By the way, I might be good. Good is in like if they push corruption. I issued keys to Pred. I say issued keys, but remember, he was suspended by the marshals. They took his keys. So, 5 to 7 days after, after the court case, when everything had been concluded, I can't stress this enough. The issuing of keys is not him being hired. He was just technically unsuspended. That happened right before the storm, and the post by Angel on the City Hall portion was at, hold on.
It was after.
Penal Code overhaul. This is past the 72-hour contest period, and the implementation will begin today. That was January 19th at 12:18 p.m.
Yeah.
The issuing of keys would have been 11:50 something, because I'm telling you it happened a few minutes before storm.
Yep.
Which means it would have been a felony. Which means felony diversion program. If I'm somehow, by some miraculous, crazy thing, found guilty, felony diversion program.
Yeah, fair. Last thing I got for you, interim captains are kind of set if you are good with them. But I want to give it to non-command staff so that they have more of an opportunity to grow. Bubba J, RGB, as well as Mona Keller.
Okay.
Those would be the 3 1 week each.
If you trust them, I trust them. I mean, we obviously discussed it's very much so a out on the streets, making decisions, not a behind the scenes high command stuff. So I'm perfectly okay with that, and hopefully it encourages them to want to push further in their capacity as a police officer. Who have you spoken with to ensure that is done in your absence? And is it going to be like 1 week? Or...
Yes, 1 a week.
Okay.
Both Crystal and Ruby.
Okay, perfect. Just want to make sure that there is someone in your absence to make sure that is done.
Yeah.
Okay, I think unless you have anything, that is most. I am going to have to call Maxwell and let her know something, but aside from that, I am good.
Awesome. Okay. Thank you, Rhodes.
No problem. Anytime. And again, if you need anything, just reach out to me.
Yep, sounds good. All right. Take care, sir.
Hey, Rhodes.
Hey, are you busy?
No, what's up?
Okay, two things. Number one, are you aware of why Bean is wearing a pink helmet?
I feel like.
Okay, if you don't,
Go ahead,
he's
tell me.
okay. So a few days ago, Angel approached me with a concern about Bean. She generally discussed like PD have been like loosely following road rules, running red, speeding. Generally not a good look. But it's getting to a point where they're like hitting people or almost hitting people with no lights and sirens, and they don't give a shit. And so she specifically said that she was heading southbound on East Joshua. Bean was doing about 150 full speed around a corner, almost hit him. Angel calls 911 and said, I almost got slammed into by a buffalo, no lights and sirens. And I got a call back from Bean that said, next time, wear a helmet.
He told
Yes.
He told her next time wear a helmet.
Yes. So that his punishment is for the remainder of his shift today. He's wearing a helmet chosen by Angel, which is the pink one. So if you do see that, understand that that is why.
That is so funny.
The second thing is Doc Masters called me and expressed interest in wanting to transfer from the state marshals to the LSPD. I told him I have no issue with that at all. As chief of police, I don't know if anyone shift one specifically would have any issues, but I don't.
No, he's approved. That's
Okay,
not even a
perfect.
question.
I said
I'll talk
I
to
don't.
Aaron, but yeah.
Yeah, I said I don't know whether or not. I mean, if you're currently a marshal, coming in as an officer isn't that big of a deal. If he was entirely out of a job and not doing anything law enforcement related, I would take issue with him being an officer off rip. But considering he has been a marshal in the meantime, I don't even know if we want to waste time with PPO or if we do, it'd be such a short thing, like just to ensure that everything is done properly. But I just wanted to let you know, and if you could speak with Aaron regarding that, he's clear to be hired
Yeah, he talked
whenever.
to me on Friday and told me he was like 70% out the door. So I was like, all right, well.
Is that just like not fitting in, or does he not agree with stuff? Did he explain any further?
Well, I'm going to be honest. Part of the reason he was fired was because of Night in his mouth. So it kind of makes sense not to work for somebody who didn't have your back and shit when you got fired.
Yeah, not wrong.
And I've always had his back. So, he's a big supporter and I think he's great. He's really intelligent, good at what he does. And I think he'll help the PD a lot. He's definitely a valuable person to gain for the PD.
Perfect. I'm glad we're on the same page.
I'll talk to Aaron. Yep, we'll get it sorted.
And so there's two things, or three. I think I've already discussed announcing to all of High Command the expectations of anyone who has keys. I'm still, it's going to take some time, but I'm still going to work on getting that list of the last sign on duty by all officers, just to ensure that we can update our roster for people who are inactive, reach out to appropriate people, whatever. And that mostly covers everything. I did speak with Oxby, by the way. It was not a bad conversation at all. And it seems like things are going to be working better with PNT, with there being sort of one less step. But again, obviously, the current PNT leads are still going to have to, do what's required of them before anyone's issued keys and double check and whatnot. But aside from that, sorry, I don't want to take up too much of your time. You're think good. That covers most things.
Yeah. The way Oxby sounded today, he doesn't want to have his hands in it. He was just stepping up for the little guy.
Yeah.
But I'm going to be honest. The little guy has always communicated with Peach. So again, I really don't think it was Frodo that had the issue. It was the two in the room that day. And that's just
it's possible.
From my experience, he's been afraid to say things in front of them. That's like he's told me that, Frodo, because I have a good relationship with him as well.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why I said I don't want these guys puppeted. So I want to talk to Frodo and just let him know, like, this is your dude. This is your shit. Like, you're in charge. Obviously, we're gonna have standards. And those need to be followed. But other than that, like, let it rip,
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I was telling Peach, like, the expectation is that the PNT leads do get together with, command and discuss what is what is needed, right? Peach sits there and tells me, like, I don't know if it was shift 2, but like they said 20 to 25 cops. And if that's necessary, don't get me wrong, that's doable, but not all at once, right? Like you are setting yourself up for failure if you try to take on 20 to 25 people in a single department at one time. No one is going to get the required FTO time to get them fully trained. Corners are going to be cut. Then we're going to have subpar officers, and that's not what we need. But making a plan to take on, say, 7-8 people over the course of this week, and then I'm not going to say a few weeks, but like a month later, hypothetically, taking on X amount more. But those can be things collectively discussed by command and the PNT lead of the respective shift. And they should find a common ground. While yes, Froyo is going to be big boss man of PNT for shift 2, he should definitely take into account, what command is saying is needed. So if Froyo thinks we
they can handle, right?
Yeah, exactly. But it should be a conversation nonetheless. Like even if they disagree, if someone, let's say Key says, "Hey, I need 20 people," and Froyo goes, "Listen, we can't do 20 all at once, but we can take on, say, 10 now, and then in a month or two, we can take on an additional 10. Like, planning for that is ideal. And Froyo has always been someone who, if you provide guidelines to, he will follow that shit to a T. So I don't have any issues with Froyo at all. I just want to ensure that he does have those open dialogues with the people who are, out there on the day-to-day, so that everyone's on the same page. I don't, he's not someone who's ever hesitated to communicate, but Peach did mention in the past, it is a little awkward with him not being command and speaking to command, which I 1000% agree with, because it's almost as if what command says is like directive of what they absolutely have to do just because they outrank them, but that's not the case.
Yeah, I agree.
It's never going to be perfect, but the goal is to make things less burdensome and not have all the weight of PNT on the shoulders of very few.
Yeah, agreed. Real quick, I just got text messages from King. He said he called Brian to let him know that we're raiding Faceless Person in case anything happens, and apparently they barely know anything about the raid. Brian is not happy. These guys really need to start talking to each other. If it goes on, they will just get in each other's way and fuck the investigations. I'm a little confused. I'm going to be honest. I'm pretty sure that the marshals are aware of like everything that pops up everywhere. Opal, do you know if the didn't you write the warrant, Opal? Opal? Okay, I can't talk to you through Pete. Sorry. Too many voices in my car. I don't know. Like, it's hard to work with the department that doesn't care to talk to us about anything. Rhodes. Opal, do the marshals not aware that you guys had Valentino in custody, or that you guys were raiding his stuff? Yeah.
What's the context of the raid?
Mm-hmm. So he did call Brian. Mm-hmm. So he called and asked the marshals for access to documents for the search warrant. So, he did. Hold on. Who was he standing with the other day? Miller was who? There was a marshal with Miller the other day. I think their communication is shit on their end. I'm going to be honest, Rhodes. I do believe that Miller had a marshal involved. Like there was a marshal with the Valentino situation. Yeah, because McAllister is the one who called. That was you, Opal, to let him out, right? But I think McAllister knows about the search warrant. Was it McAllister? Maybe it was blind. I don't know. I'll find out. Anyway, I'll make sure that the raid goes well. I'll help with that, and then I'll figure out what the communication issue is.
Thank you. I'm just confused because what?
What are we supposed to turn over everything we do? Is that what they're saying? I don't know.
I don't.
And also, to my knowledge,
understand.
we've been cut out of a lot of things that have to do with faceless. So it's like
Apparently, Opal has access again, so I think she's our point of
Does she?
contact again.
Okay.
Yeah, I believe she informed me right after the
Okay.
meeting today.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that.
This is unfortunately likely going to keep happening with there being a disconnect between. Oh, I will say this. Oh fuck! I don't know if I want to say this over the phone. Fuck it. Miller is trying to assist with archivist stuff with the marshals. He mentioned that.
And Knight's letting him.
Well, here's the issue. Apparently
One
Sparks.
sec, Peach.
Sparks said yes, as long as it's approved by Knight. I don't know if that approval has been
Knight's
given
not
yet.
Gonna approve. Knight will not approve Miller to do anything, Rhodes, at all.
I believe that, but here's the reality. If his answer is no, then I'm not going to tell Miller we're not running a concurrent investigation. I will let Miller and Brandy run a separate one in
He stepped
LSPD.
away from it because the one time he went to Knight, Knight would not return his phone calls. I mean, this was in the beginning of the archivist stuff, so this has been ongoing for months. Knight just doesn't have the respect for people, and when he doesn't give a fuck to work with them, and that's just how he is, and he's always been like that from what I could tell. I don't think he has the respect for Miller, and I just don't think he gives a damn of anything that he does, which is kind of crazy when Miller's doing all the things he does. So
Yeah,
it's
the tricky part
unfortunate.
was
that's why he left the first time. Miller was done because he was discouraged because of Knight.
Yeah.
And then Brandy as well threw her hands up and said, "I'm done." They
So
both said
the
they're
thing
done.
is, yesterday Miller had a conversation with Riker, because prior to all of this, Miller asked me if he can relook into it, and I said yes, keep everything on paper, not as a hold this from the marshals, but more so, our systems are compromised.
Our own
Like I don't want there to be an issue.
Right.
And if we get to a point where the marshals take issue with what we're doing, quite frankly, they're just going to need to be able to let our detectives get in on whatever it is they're doing. Because if they don't make us privy to what they're doing, that's a problem.
It is, right? Okay.
Yeah.
No, I agree. So he's kicking up a fit about this right now, so I'm gonna have to deal with that.
Okay. I am going 42. Let me know how that goes.
Okay.
I might be back around in a few hours because I do want to speak with
Froyo?
Yes, I do want to speak with Froyo and
right.
make sure that
Sounds
everyone is
good.
on the same page.
Come on, Ope. All right.
I'll
sounds
let you
good.
go.
Thank Rose.
Appreciate you, Maxwell.
Okay.
Bye.
Thanks, Chief. Bye.
All right. Chat, I am calling it. NoPixel has root.com. Today was fun, despite not stepping out of Mission Row at all. Literally at all. Who do I send you to? Who is live? There's Zane. Is live and at the legislative meeting, so. Chat, thank y'all so much for all love and support. I appreciate y'all. Thank y'all for the follows, host rates, bits, donation subs, get subs, free subs. I say this each and every time. I genuinely cannot have asked for a better community to be built around channels. Thank y'all for being absolutely amazing. If y'all have not already, follow me on Twitter, twitter.com/Curvyelephant. Join our Discord, discord.gg/Curvyelephant. And if you enjoyed your saute, drop me a follow on Twitch. I appreciate that as well. Go show Karazane some love. I'll be live tomorrow. I hope to see y'all there. Peace.